Cheers to the Tin Man.
Hey, welcome to Easy Company.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to our coverage today of Creature Commandos Season 1. Don't know if they'll get more than Season 1, but with me today we have...
Hello, everybody. I'm one of your hosts, a geeky writer.
I'm Crimson Maroon. And I'm Sprinks. And hey, if you're listening from Kolistan, you can find us over on Twitter or X or whatever the hell it's called now, as well as Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Blueski. We also have a letterboxd if you're interested in our average out scores of compiled of what everyone's numbers are to give the answer kind of thing, as well as visual side of things over on YouTube and Rumble. But maybe not your gist, maybe you're more an audio person. Hey, we got that covered. We got plenty of audio sites for you to go listen to as well. But today, as I said, Creature Commandos, the kind of inaugural start of the DCU, led and helmed by James Gunn.
Was he not head yet when they did the Suicide Squad?
No, he was not head
Okay.
DC at that point.
Blue Beetle was there first.
Everyone's
Blue
trying
Beetle
trying to
was,
forget Blue Beetle.
or maybe I have that backwards. Crimson, you might be right. Maybe Blue Beetle was like the start of James Gunn in charge, but Creature Commandos was the start of the DCU, and that was Blue Beetle was like getting to the point of like wrapping up the DCEU or whatever. I don't know, something like that. That was not in my notes that I wrote down.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's too fair to bring it up because the timeline is really messed up with how trying to divide like what's canon now and what's not.
I suppose so. Anything Creature Commandos moving forward, I believe, is all canon.
Yeah. And this directly references the Suicide Squad and Peacekeeper quite a bit. So I think those are
Yes.
going to be considered canon going forward as well.
Well, Ryder, you're getting into my facts section there.
I will leave it to you then.
I guess we're on the facts. We'll start with facts and then we'll go to histories. So, Creature Commandos came out December for initial release date December 5th, 2024. I know we're a little late on it. It's at this point to some people already old news, but hey, we got around to it. Its runtime is 7 episodes in total, estimately to about 2 hours and 46 minutes. I could not find a budget for it, nor a box office, being that this was not a theatrical debut. And it is rated TVMA for appropriate reasons. Its genre is, interestingly enough, I found like hybrid genres. Looking into this, so it has action adventure with like hyphen between, and then science fantasy, as well as superhero. And then its director had both. I know James Gunn, or hopefully everyone knows James Gunn wrote it, created it, but for facts, I'll usually target on the directors in charge of the piece. So this had actually 2 directors, which was Matt Peters, who did 4 of the episodes, and Sam Liu, who did 3 of the episodes. And Matt Peters, you might be familiar with his work, such as his directorial work, which I focused on. The both have been very big into DC animation art department, but their director pieces for Matt Peters was the Injustice film, Scooby-Doo Shaggy Showdown, and Babylon 5 The Road Home, just to name a few. And Sam Liu, his director stuff he done is Planet Hulk, Justice League Crisis on Two Earths, Batman the Killing Joke, and something we have covered on the podcast before, DC Showcase Death.
Yeah, the name sounded familiar.
And I have a couple fun facts here. First one, James Gunn had pitched Creature Commandos before he took over DC, and then Gunn greenlit the project himself when he became the CEO of DC Studios.
That's kind of funny.
Any way to get it done.
Yeah.
That's true.
Also, to take in mind, audience, this is facts taken off the internet. I did not get the personal sit down with James Gunn himself, even though I would have liked that, to get these all out of his mouth. So, take how much truth or fact they may be going forward. Second one I have is this will be the first project released in James Gunn and Peter Safran's DC Universe, which I already touched on earlier. Into the third, James Gunn revealed to The Hollywood Reporter that in the events of 2021's The Suicide Squad and the first season of Peacemaker are quote unquote light canon to the new DCU. Whatever events from them that become referenced are in continuity but not acknowledged didn't happen in the timeline.
So,
That
wait,
makes it sound like it's not canon.
that okay? You can't have it both ways though. That's a problem. So
It's
they're
not both
both
ways.
canon and they're not canon.
No, they're not. The Suicide Squad and Peacekeeper show are not canon from Creature Commandos moving forward. Whatever is stated in Creature Commandos is its own timeline, which is using building bricks off of what has occurred. So it's like, separate um, dimensions, I guess, with like slight alterations.
That's just
So
lazy
the Creature
writing.
Commandos universe had the same events as the movies, but not the movies.
Yes. So like Project Starfish from the Suicide Squad in the movie uh, happened that way, and it's referenced in the first episode of Creature Commandos. But maybe who was a part of Project Starfish is different in Creature Commandos than it was in that film.
That we know
Yes.
of. I I don't know if I like that. Then again, I come from where I come from when Disney bought Star Wars and decanonized like half of the books and almost the entire extended universe. So for me, that just sounds like lazy writing. Is what I hear that is. Like you're not working hard enough to keep stuff that you've already done. But at the same time, I get why you want to cut tethers. It's just I yeah, I think they made it needlessly complicated. Then if this was supposed to be its own thing, make it its own thing.
Okay. Next fact I have is the events of this series, being the first, will be then carried over into Superman 2025, coming out in July. Next one, the series has the distinction of being the first DCU project that James Gunn and Peter Safran gave a green light to, with Gunn having penned the series. In addition, the series being cast with the intention of having the actors portray characters in both animation and live action.
So everyone looks a bit like their lookalikes, I guess.
I guess in animation, but if saying Superman, there's a cameo of Eric Frankenstein, it will be David Harbour as Victor Frank or as Eric Frankenstein in that.
Okay, that's makes sense if that's what they're gonna try to do.
Yeah. So the back and forth. And then the last fact I have here, which a little surprising to me upon seeing it, but this is the 11th DC project to feature Alan Tudyk.
That's a lot.
Is previously played the Flash in Batman the Brave and the Bold, Oliver Queen, Green Arrow in Young Justice and Justice Gods Among Us, Crisis, Infinite Crisis and Injustice 2, Superman in Justice League War, Van Wayne in Powerless, Mr. Nobody in Doom Patrol, the Joker's and Clayface in the Harley Quinn show, and Alfred in Batman the Audio Adventures.
Alan Turing gets around.
Yeah, he certainly does. Anyway, that's all the facts I have. Did either of you two have any additional ones to add in?
Did you know Superman is kind of here?
Yes,
There you
I
go.
did, as well as a handful of other Justice
Yeah.
League members. Uh, I guess with that, we'll go into our histories. Let us start with Ryder.
All right. I this is my first time watching the show, but I've seen a lot of stuff out of context with a particular character being GI Robot. I've also seen, um, uh, yeah. So that was it for as far as my stuff related to the animation. I have seen comic books related to Creature Commandos before, or like graphic novels.
Okie dokie. Crimson, we'll have you go next.
All right. I was familiar with this when it was greenlit, along with a bunch of other James Gunn's like passion projects he greenlit. 'Cause a lot of people were questioning like, why are you starting with these like niche properties when starting your new universe, Superman being excluded? Because, but that's a little while ago. I've forgotten the names of a lot of the projects, but heard about it. The only clip I've seen outside of the trailer when it was released was Doctor um, Phosphorus putting his hand around the guy's mouth and pulling backwards. um, that's all I've really seen of it. First time seeing it for the podcast.
Alrighty. Save myself for last because I think I have the most. I have seen the show now through its all 7 episodes 3 times. So this is my third time watching it for the pod. Well, first time for the pod, but third time overall. Just to be clear on that. I don't think I own any Creature Commando comics in my comic collection. I have seen multiple comics of Creature Commandos, but it's one of those things where the heck they are until now, which James Gunn I think is pretty good for doing, of taking very niche back D-list characters in Marvel and DC and bringing them to light. I mean, most famously with Guardians of the Galaxy, and I think that's about it. Yeah. It does make me kind of now want to get some Creature Commando comics.
Hmm.
That's fair. I kind of feel a bit mutual on that. I've been wanting to get into comic collecting for a long time because I barely collect a couple mangas and light novels here and there, but I've never really collected comic books outside of like the Killing Joke and the Long Halloween.
Oh, the big ones. Yeah,
Yeah.
the big name ones. Yeah, Ryder, I didn't take you for the comic guy. Definitely a graphic novel, if anything. Crimson, I know you're very selective on the comics you collect.
I don't have that many. It's mostly Buffy
Buffy.
related.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I think I'm essentially a jack of all trades for comics, but big one being Batman.
Yeah, your Batman, Deadpool, What If,
Yeah,
some
all,
others.
all three of those. Anywho, I guess we'll go into the coverage then of the episodes. We're gonna go episode by episode, in order, and we're gonna roughly give each episode about a 20-minute coverage. Hopefully, might go a little over, might go a little under, depending on how much we have to say. And then in the said episode, jump around wherever your point you want to make. Uh, can be popcorn. So that make all sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. We're gonna start with Crimson, episode 1, the Cobble Wobbles. Whenever you're good.
Okay. So I have a big question right at the gate. Dr. Phosphorus's powers, what are they?
Hit radiated, or I guess just um levels of radiation.
And that comes in the form of fire, right? Like this green fire.
Uh I get is that I don't know if that's necessarily fire, just like radiation particles of heat.
I mean, people catch on fire when touching them too, though.
Yeah, from heat.
I'm
I
just
I
trying to
never took it as fire.
establish stuff earlier. I mean, even if it's like something akin to fire, if it's like burning, like a chemical burn or radiation burn,
Yeah.
anything like that. Um, and it just has me questioning like clothing or when he does touch people, like a child, maybe later. I don't know, but uh, this fight with Rick Flag in episode 1. Pretty much whenever he got touched, burned Rick, and then I'm like, oh, okay, so things that touch him burn. It is a passive. It's not something he innately controls. Like, oh, he can touch things without burning. He's always irradiated. Uh, so yeah, I guess laying some groundwork for how this character works.
It's not going to be inconsistent whatsoever going forward. I don't know what you're talking
Not
about.
in the slightest.
Huh. I took it that he can control his radiation.
It doesn't make any sense based off of his visual depiction. If you have a
Oh,
character, and I'm not saying he is fire, but let's say we have a character that's always on fire. Um, if you touch the fire thing, you're going to catch on fire. He's always irradiated. He doesn't turn off. He doesn't not turn green. He's always active.
I think it's a 1 to 10. He can turn it to 1 if he wants, but he can't turn it to 0.
I don't
Right,
really
but
get any proof of
a
him
candle
doing
fire
that.
will still light your clothes on fire.
Yeah, but I just don't see it as fire.
Okay,
You're hung on the wrong thing.
yeah. All right, a level 1 nuclear fission reaction. Would
Well, I'm
still set
thinking
your
like
clothes on fire.
what are those radiated plates or that glass or whatever, that green glassware? You can touch that and not burst into flames, but it's still giving off radiation.
Yeah, but that's I didn't
I
say
see
that. I
that
didn't
as
say that. I
that
didn't
for
say
him.
that it was radiation. I said that was nuclear fission. There's a difference. Nuclear fission would cause fire. Uh,
Oh, okay. Well, that I guess I'm not. I don't see that as that for Doctor Phosphorus.
Also, looking at his depiction, he is always glowing. The glassware you're referencing glows under black light because it's dim, it's weaker. There's a less content in it. He's actively glowing during day, any conditions. He's not getting dimmed when he doesn't want to be. It is a constant state. You even see it bubbling on his head constantly.
if you're uh if you okay I'm gonna flip the coin just a little bit, Springs. If you're right and say he can just turn it off, then it's a failure of depiction in terms of visuals, that he still looks like he's on fire, because
As I
then
said,
they
I think
failed
he
to
can turn it down to
communicate
one.
that as a directorial animation thing. Then
If he turned it to zero, he'd be a skeleton, just flesh, because that's his skin. He'd just crumple over.
where's the
Hmm.
evidence of that? I don't.
Well, I mean, if we had like a lava man and he could control his temperature and he goes down to zero or as close to, then he solidifies into a rock. um, so there's a certain level where even at the lowest, let's say with the lava man, he can't go to a low safe spot because then he's just a statue. So with him, Sprinks, you might very well be right. If he does go too low, he might just be bones and fall to the ground, which means he has to be
Crimson,
active.
that's a good metaphor. That
Mhm.
I always get
Or
those all
simile.
jumbled up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, I see it as that such. That's why he can wear clothes and touch people's shoulders without everything burning.
Even though he has to be active or he falls apart.
Theoretically. But then he can like dial it up and burn hotter.
I don't have an issue with him like dialing it up. My issue is that the visual depiction is not consistent with what they're trying to write for this character.
I had it kind of in the first episode of um, Waller's description of Phosphorus, of how he's just constantly uh, radiated, and you know flags like, is that safe? And it's like, oh, just don't sleep in, just a free vasectomy, like it's just a field kind of him.
Yeah, and that doesn't go with contact. I mean, with radiation, the closer you are, the worse it is. And if you are at risk just being around him, contacting him is by far worse. Like Chernobyl with the elephant's foot. Closer to that, the worse you are.
Yeah,
People died for that photograph. That was
Yes, they
always
did.
that's always a line that gets me sometimes.
I'm not saying what happened with that kid later is not endangering that kid, but the side effects of what could occur.
I,
But
I'm I think it boils down to that the artists made a particular choice to animate him to look like he was constantly on fire.
well, he does look like that in the comics.
Right. But I'm saying that doesn't necessarily take away from the point of inconsistency.
Well, that was my opening point.
Oh,
Yeah. I can see the groundwork. Can't wait to see where you take it.
okay.
um,
I would say I don't have an issue with you two thinking of the inconsistency of the character. For me, it fit throughout the show.
okay.
I guess Crimson, you posed the question. Did you have your own answer to that?
Oh, I think he's a constant hazard, and what, like I said, Rick punching him burns him. Active, inactive doesn't matter. He got burned from it. Weasel got burned, but you could say, oh, he did up because he got bit. Um, it just seems like every interaction of being touched burns people. Uh, so I'm he's a just touching him is bad. Is where I'm at.
Okay. Let's go with Ryder for another popcorn point.
Um, I understand they're doing this intro for the sake of expediency. Which is they introduce this everybody in the classic Suicide Squad format, where we meet the team pretty much all at once. Um, and I think from the get go, I was like, all right, we're gonna have the same problems as the rest of James Gunn's DC projects so far. And whether that remains true, we shall find out as we go along. Um, but it's efficient to introduce all the characters, um, and it was also, I guess, sets the stage for the team going forward as well, like with the simplicity of the quote unquote simplicity of the mission.
Yeah, I agree
Yeah, I'm
with that.
curious what these James Gunn issues you're foreshadowing are. 'Cause I don't know if I know what you're referencing.
Uh, I mean, so what the staple has been pretty much for me since the Suicide Squad, and it's worse in Guardians 3 and in his other properties, Peacemaker and stuff like that. The stuff that he's worked on. The world building and plot are a fucking mess. The characters,
You
however,
even want to?
pretty decent.
Do you even want to throw in the Scooby Doo's?
Uh, no, actually, I wouldn't, because those are they actually have the plot is usually a little bit more coherent in those films than they are here, and same with the world building. There's issues, but nowhere near as a mess as his more recent projects. Because I think with the most recent projects, he's like the head honcho director slash writer usually nowadays. Whereas in those ones, he had additional help, like clearly to help kind of work around that. And I definitely get the sense that he wants the project done his way, which is totally fine. But it because the plot and world building just seemed to become a mess in his work, and so that's going to be my biggest issue going into the rest of this show. Because I think the characters are mostly okay. I have a few issues here and there, but nothing I think that breaks the characters.
Alrighty. Guess I'll jump to something. Um, I like that in the first episode of Introduction to Characters, and we just kind of have the word over them and some, you know, witty remarks here and there. I do like when they're at the table with, um, like eating the feast in Pokistan, and it pans down the table showing how each of them eat, and I think that's just a good representation of the show over tell thing of just like how they go about food as monsters.
Yeah, it does give a unique spin to each of them. Good grasp of not necessarily their characters, but a breadcrumb.
Yeah.
Uh,
Weasel's eating a whole turkey, I think. Phosphorus is burning a steak and chowing down. Bride's just chugging wine. Nina is very polite and takes, just a bite, and GI isn't eating. And then Flag's caught up in just conversation.
Mhm.
like I said, I think they do a good job of at least that visual depiction. I don't expect them to be super detail oriented in a 7 episode show like this, but I do question like how the bride can eat or phosphorus can eat, but it's not a that's just kind of it's not a huge issue. That's just more of like that would be interesting to explore.
Yeah, like phosphorus could feed off the energy of the food,
Yeah,
I guess, or something.
yeah, exactly. So like I said, there's inferences you can make for stuff like that, and it'd be interesting to kind of get more notes on that. But this series is so short, I kind of understand why they didn't bother with that. Though we can talk about cut content when we get later on in the show.
Ah, okay. Crimson, you're up to bat.
Alrighty. Uh, so Rick, since this is a different Rick to the Suicide Squads,
Rick Senior.
It's Rick Senior.
Rick Senior. Um, he seems like he's decent at his job. Obviously, he wavers later, but he seems competent. Weller seems to
Waller.
like him. What'd I say?
You said Weller.
Weller.
Waller. Trusts him, likes him. So when he was asleep in a bed and left the control device or the shocker, whatever you want to call it, in a drawer off in a part of the room, I was just like, oh, this. I think this nicks him. That's his intelligence level here.
I agree.
Because why wouldn't one of the monsters try to take advantage of him sleeping in a non-secured room? It's simple. I mean, Phosphorus could have actually just killed him and then found the device. he didn't even have to just go for the device. He could have just killed him, but he didn't do that. And we know he's fine killing Rick and others. So
It's true.
Yeah.
I actually kind of find that
So
an issue now that he didn't try to kill him there.
yeah. I I I'm okay. I'm fine with him not killing him. Though it's not a big issue. That's more of a nick for me on as far as Doctor Fox is concerned. But I do. The thing about this scene that does bother me is the fact that Rick left the phone so far away from his bedside. He So the interesting thing about the Rick characters within the Suicide Squad or Creature Commandos now is usually they're like the normal person slash straight military dude. So it's weird that they don't have that. It's weird that he didn't have that. That just as a habit, he didn't keep the important device nearby enough to stop something like this. So that is a nick to his intelligence as far as his character consistency. There'll be a few of those going along, but
I
What do you
see.
think about all that, Springs?
Well, keeping the thing away from him. Yes, a little nick because he has his phone in his hand, but nothing. It's kind of vague if the phone he has sleeping with can also do the same thing that the one in the drawer can do. But he does bring up at the end of the fight to Phosphorus that does he think there's only one remote to do such a thing? That like Flag has the only device capable,
Hmm.
which makes me think it's like, oh, if Rick died, vitals could be checked from Waller, anything like that, and that she can control it on her end, or if things go sideways, she can take it up on her end, or it doesn't seem it's all rested on Rick's shoulders, even though he's the leader, captain of the team.
right. But
Right. I'm
that's
trying
why I
to
don't have.
find the point you're making though, because
D-
Phosphorus didn't think about that. He didn't know that. That's why Rick had to tell him. Did you really think this was it? Um, so what was the point you were trying to lay there?
My point is, Phosphorus isn't looking for one individual thing. Like one individual thing to Phosphorus is what he's searching for, but to Rick there are multiple ways to have it handled, and it's not like relied on one thing. It's not like the one in the drawer is the one he needs to go about.
Oh no! Don't justify his stupidity, please.
No, I'm saying there is something. It's like having two guns. He can have a gun in his hand and there's one in the drawer. He doesn't need to hold two guns with him when he
Yeah,
sleeps.
but he only has
We
the
have
one
no proof
device
he
on
has
him.
the other one.
He has a phone in his hand when he's
Why
sleeping.
wouldn't he have just shocked Phosphorus then, instead of tackling and fighting him? He would have done that.
Well, I mean, trying to reason him out of it, not being the bad guy. I think he kind of
Okay.
does that on their plane, but also what I think is kind of dumb is that the tase detonate goes to the whole team and it's not individual. It's like one for all.
It's like a pack thing to keep him straight.
Yeah.
One
Or
gets
I
out of
guess
line, then the pack will go against him, say, "Hey, you better stick in line because we're getting punished." That's kind of what Nina was talking about. It's not fair.
true. I don't know. If that was the only device capable, then I think that definitely plays more into the stupidity of Flag.
We have no proof that he has another one on him. Obviously, Weller has one. That's what he was talking about.
Waller.
Sorry, I think I kept writing Weller in my notes.
This is gonna be
Oh,
a
wonderful.
long podcast then.
I'll get used to it, maybe.
Ryder, you're one to speak. You
Yeah.
flow.
Oh yeah, I flub names all the time. But I'm that's my reputation though.
What I'm saying of what Flag did isn't, a genius move. It has stupidity to it, but it's not as stupid as I think it could have been.
Is there anything wrong here? I guess is to break through everything we just talked about. Is there anything wrong here for you, Springs?
Um, I guess Phosphorus just being able to walk around freely. Like no one's like set in their rooms to stay in their rooms, kind of thing. Like they all just have free reign to do wherever and whatever they want because Alana and the whole Pakistan, um, that's not it, Pokolistan,
Mhm.
army just like are like, oh yeah, you're here to protect us, and that just kind of gives them free reign. That I see is kind of the issue. It's like just blind trust for a bunch of psychos.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that lends into some of my world building issues. At least on the part of Pakistan for now. Um,
So Phosphorus able to just walk up and down the castle halls at night. I think I see that as more of the issue, especially if there's like a tracking going on from Waller and John and everyone at Bell Reeve being like, "Oh, what are you doing? Like walking around?" Like they could have tracked Nina and the bride running out of the castle.
Well, doesn't this go towards your point, Sprinks, of why can't they just run free if they can just get shocked if they're out of line by
Yeah,
Weller? So it shouldn't be an issue that
Waller.
they can walk around then. Sorry, Waller, because
if
they're
they're
being
under
tracked
surveillance
24/7.
and tracked, then it goes into whoever was in charge at Bell Reeve, maybe not Amanda Waller at the time looking at the screens 24/7, but whoever is allowed it. And that
Mhm,
doesn't get brought up. The only thing that kind of helps that is that Flag goes in the belief that Bride and Nina leaving is for against Cersei in some way because they do lead to Cersei, but Cersei finds them. So that context of Flag not yelling at him because he believes that they're actually doing the mission wouldn't have to be reported to Waller.
Well, eventually the mission just came to them, so there was no need to report that part particularly to Waller.
Yeah. So like to Commander Flag's eyes, there was no real issue with what occurred.
I mean, it's that's kind of getting into episode 2 stuff, but I have an issue with the fact he didn't take at least they didn't have at least a conversation about it. Like I ultimately am fine with him not punishing them regards to what happens because I do think he would see the bigger picture more or less that the mission came to them even if that wasn't what they were intending to do. I think he would forgive that aspect, but they should have still had a conversation about that.
Yeah. I don't know if that leads into your possible cut content on their whole trip from America to there,
Uh,
because it just gives you like a snippet of a scene, kind of just
yeah,
talking about the
there
mission.
there is a lot missing, and I think there's a lot that can be cut from the show to replace with scenes that would be more important like that. Because I think something like that would be more important to not only build the team dynamic, but also just how the characters interact with each other.
I see. Okay. Well, with that, then, writer will go for you to a point.
All right. Let's. I guess I'll go to Pakistan. I like this subversion of them playing a prank on about bowing. That was even though I saw it coming, it was still humorous, and I appreciated the comedy that went into it because obviously it's a you get the sense immediately that something's not quite right because of it, and it's a suspicion you can carry with you for the rest of the show, like wanting to point fingers at who's responsible up until you get the idea that it's the princess. Um, but I do enjoy the prank that the guards play on the creature commandos about the bowing.
Yeah,
The humor we works.
Alexi's such a jokester.
Yeah, it works in terms of both its humor and it helps build everyone's character because Rick has got to stick up his butt, and that's part of his character usually. And yeah, so I just enjoyed the comedy scene because it breaks up the tension of the mission because you do get the sense that something's not quite right and you're kind of waiting for something to go wrong, which ends up being the phosphorus trying to take the remote.
Yeah. I guess I'll wrap this episode with one last point for me. I like the little hints leading forward of what's dashed with uh, Alana playing fetch with Weasel, and then when Alana and Flag are having a talk, you see Phosphorus dancing with the guards.
You get to see
I just like
the
those little
bride drinking.
nuggets.
You get some Eastern backstory for Rick as well, referencing at least the death of his son, which most people will connect to the Suicide Squad for that, but um,
Yes, I think that plays into I think something about these episodes that's tailored in a way, which I think is pretty simple, is that each episode focuses mainly on one character or gives the most to an individual character, and it's not like fleshed out of the whole team and aspect parts. Which gave me a little hinge to like the first season of Umbrella Academy,
Yeah, I can see
Yeah.
the parallel there.
Like this first episode, I think is kind of the Rick Flag episode.
Yeah. I think for the most part they do it, they said the flashbacks are necessary. Um Mostly there's one character that I think really didn't need any flashbacks. Um
Oh, I'm gonna take a wild guess and say episode 5.
uh
I was gonna say 7.
Frankenstein would be the one.
Oh,
Yeah.
Crimson, that is wow! I can't wait to get to episode 7 now.
Mhm.
I agree. Nina's is less important, but she's also a main character, so she needed them. But we can get rid of Frankenstein's flashbacks. His flashbacks are really not needed in this show. You
We'll
get
get there when we get there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we'll get there when we get there.
I guess with that we'll move on from episode 1 of the Couple Wobbles into episode 2, the Tourmaline Necklace, which I saw as Bride's episode. All right, well, actually, Crimson brought it up before we go on to episode 2. I think there was something Crimson wanted to say more of episode 1.
Yeah, so something with the introduction of all the characters. Waller brought up that they aren't allowed to use humans anymore, so they have these non-humans. And we learn later that they pretty much are humans, minus, I guess, Weasel. We still don't really know the origin of Weasel. Um, but Phosphorus, very much human. He's just powered. He's a powered human. And Nina as a hybrid human. So I think if they were, she said this would be a possible loophole for the restrictions. And I'm just thinking, this is the weakest loophole I've ever heard. This would not stand at all. If she had a team of aliens, I'm like, okay, all right. That's what I thought Nina was. I was like, oh, she's like an alien. And in the DC universe, there are aliens. Um, so I thought that was what they were going with. But once they're revealed to be humans, I thought Waller's intelligence kind of took a dip there.
Yeah, it's very weird because um obviously they reference the events of Peacekeeper and Waller's daughter being what exposed Waller's daughter is the reason that she can no longer quote unquote use humans for the Suicide Squad or whatever. But it's it's one of those things again, this ties into the world building issue. They could have made that stronger if they wanted. And I feel like it needed to be stronger to justify the story taking place.
Do you think it would have aided if episode 1, its side A story was the Creature Commandos going out on the mission, and the side B story was a backstory of Waller, and rather than for Flag, give it to Waller for episode 1?
Don't think so. I mean, I don't have an issue with her switching to monsters. It's just that they're not true monsters. She's trying to use them as loopholes, but they're not good loopholes because they are human, which goes against what she's trying to loop around. Obviously, Weasel, and I did forget to mention GI Robot. He's also not human, obviously. So those two totally make sense for the team. And she excused away brides, corpses in a person. So, okay, sure. But Phosphorus and Nina, I think they needed something else, aliens or
Interesting.
something else.
I think it plays into that they were once human and no longer. Because I
Uh,
think the same could be said for Weasel.
yeah,
Possibly
no,
was
that's
once
We don't
human.
know anything about Weasel.
yeah, that is the intention, right? Like that the intention is that they were going to play and that they were human and this happened to them. So now they're stuck doing this, which is fine. The issue I think that that Crimson's taking with it is that the loophole is very weak because of that. So like if they were going to justify not using quote unquote humans, you kind of have to justify that they're monsters. Which I think Phosphorus, you get a little bit of that with him going around and just murdering a bunch of mob bosses by burning their faces off. I think that can be construed as a monstrous act enough to warrant the description. But Nina's doesn't really do anything monstrous, quote unquote. She's just different, but she's still human,
True, but well, she's biologically changed,
right?
so not necessarily human. That's like saying Killer Croc. Is Killer Croc a monster?
That's what I'm saying. I don't think he would be considered a monster. I think he's too human for that. They I mean, we get a shark dude at the end, uh,
Oh, King Shark.
King Shark. So
I unfortunately I'm not familiar with his upbringing, but deity esque. I don't know if he comes from humans.
Yeah, I don't know his whole story.
I guess I'm only familiar with one version of King Shark, so you might be right. But the only version I'm familiar with King Shark is the one from the Flash show. So
I'm just leaning if the government heard about this program and then Waller's like, well, they're not humans, and then you'd be like, well, those two, those two are, at least at some point, and
yeah,
then Waller would be in trouble.
yeah, it's a bit of world building. Like, I don't have any issue with the government wanting to do this because I mean, just because Waller's daughter exposed the Suicide Squad and she can't do that specifically anymore, it makes sense because that's what was exposed. So they have this other thing that they can do now because they would still need a quote unquote like powerful like Black Ops team or whatever, an off the books team to do things like this. So I don't have an issue with the government justifying it. I think it's just a sprinkle in some extra lines to kind of give an excuse as to why they're not considered human.
Okay. Um, I see that we've hinted a little here and there, and I guess with the context of the show and where it, you know, takes pieces from, to put in additional of history that I have seen the Suicide Squad, 2021. I have not seen the Peacekeeper show.
That's a
I
fair
saw
point.
episode 1 of Peacekeeper, and I've seen the Suicide Squad.
I've seen the Suicide Squad and I've seen all of Peacekeeper.
Oh, well then, Ryder, you would also have another version of King Shark than you've seen.
That is true. Yeah, I forgot he was in that show until I had mentioned the Flash.
He's in the Suicide Squad movie. Uh, okay, I guess that was my long point.
All right, neat. Um, with that, then we'll move into episode 2, the Taurine necklace, which I saw as the bride's episode. And we'll start. You know what? Let's start with Ryder.
All right. So we should probably talk a bit about Cersei here. I think Cersei was a interesting choice for the villain, as far as like in the show, because she's not, extremely well known, but she's still like, oh, what's it called? Um, she's
She's niche.
popular. No, she's niche. She's popular like in the Greek related part of the DCU because they have like the Themysciran and other
Ares and Zeus and
yeah.
all of that.
So it was an interesting choice to bring her in, because she's one of those characters that you've only typically seen in. I think the only stuff I've seen her in as part of DCU has either been related to Wonder Woman or Batman. Um, and it's just an interesting choice. Interesting choice for villain because she's got this cult that's following her. So it's different from what we normally see Cersei as, in terms of other depictions. It's not necessarily a bad thing, but just noting that it is different.
Yes, I agree. I think it just plays into the humor aspect of the world of this situation of simps, I guess, of this army of
Yeah,
guys following her.
Uh, maybe
they're more
Sims.
misogynists than anything.
I don't know if Sims is the right word, but I think like I get what you're saying. It's she gets a following for being a very very manly woman is what it comes across to when she's drinking beer, like a lot of beer and like eating a lot of steaks and food with them.
Yeah, but her army isn't representative of all kind of manners of that. It's just guys. Like there's not like other, bodybuilding women joining up and seeing her as like a model kind of thing. It's just these guys in bike helmets.
Yeah, they're some of them are Nazi helmets, but it is it's interesting that they chose to kind of not do or not really like to focus specifically on the simp aspect of it. Like they don't really expand beyond that.
No,
Because her
and I
like
think
Island
that just
full of
plays into
women.
the
yeah,
Ooh.
because
yeah.
they get
Women only waterfalls.
yeah, they get wiped out pretty pretty quickly as far as a villainous faction, quote unquote.
Oh yeah, which connects to some. Well, I get yeah, because is it in this episode? No, I think it's actually in the third episode. But just like
Yeah.
connects to something I saw is like how kind of cool level balance this Sons of Themyscira are.
Uh, I'm trying to figure out why she needed these guys, and is she a free agent of Themyscira? Why didn't she have a task force of Amazonians? If this was a worldwide threat, this was going to have World War III. Why wouldn't it just be a Amazon squad or something?
I think she went rogue.
Which presents an interesting question. Why do why was she allowed to do that? Why wouldn't the Themyscirans, well, not the Themysciran, as far as the history of the DCU before Gun has been pretty stupid. So it's an interesting it's I'm like, I'm not surprised if I'm using like Zack Snyder's Themyscira, which is kind of what this is slowly disconnecting itself from. Like, I'm not surprised they wouldn't send a squad with her, but it needs to be addressed because if her prophecies always come true, and she goes up to people saying, "Hey, the world's going to end," and Themyscirans would be the ones to believe her, so it's weird that she didn't try to get help from them first.
Yeah, it's something they needed to explain. Like she told them, and they're like, "Well, that's like man's land or what." I forget what they refer to the world outside of Athene or
Themyscira. Yeah.
Themyscira. I forgot what they refer to that, but like, that's not our problem type deal. Like if she said that, like I told them, and they said it's not their problem, so I took it upon myself to do it or something.
Yeah, that would
But
be all that she needs because that can come through Waller's confession scene or in that scene where she and Waller are talking. That would be the perfect place
A
to drop that in.
debrief. Yeah.
yeah, but without any explanation of why she's by herself, not backed or anything, I do think that's kind of a missing element.
As for why she needs the army of simps, the only reason I could deduce based off of what the show's given me is that uh what's the name of the country again, Springs?
Oh, the one there, Pokolistan.
Pokolistan. The Pokolistan comes across to me as a bit of high tech. They're all flying around in like Iron Man night suits almost.
I could put them as laser knights, and then
Yeah,
I had him as Forever Knights from Alien Force.
Hmm.
but yeah, so like it comes across that they're a bit higher tech. Maybe she didn't want to assault the place alone, which would be reason enough to try and get a group together. But I think justifying it not being Amazonians is the problem. At least a footnote in the world building of how what we have so far.
That I can agree with. That they don't explain Themyscira or Cersei well enough of where she comes from to give motive to those who are um, unknowledgeable to DC, I guess, at a point.
Yeah, because this is supposed to be the first entry into James Gunn's DCEU. That's a bit of a problem.
Well, interesting. I don't
It's something
necessarily
to
see
build
it as a
on.
problem. Yes, I
They have to
see it as
explain it
definitely
later.
building blocks.
Yeah. Well, okay. The problem is related to Cersei, not that they didn't explain everything about
Oh,
Themyscira.
motives. Gotcha. I
Yeah.
see. Yes, the motives and understanding of this villain isn't really shown, even up to the point of the capture to give the reasonings behind is vague. That I agree with, but the fact that I like that James Gunn just adds tons of references and locations and name drops here and there throughout every episode, just filling this world of places that exist without going into detail of these said places, which I think can get built on later.
Okay, there's an inherent problem with that though, because then at a certain point you're just key jangling.
I mean, it comes down to how the breadcrumbs or building blocks get utilized in the future. If it is just key jangling, or
Yeah,
if
if
they
they're just
are
throwaways.
set up.
Yeah.
Um,
Like they explained that in episode 7 to just jump, but like Metropolis and Bloodhaven came together to um, work on something. And if it's like later in the future, being Superman's coming up with Metropolis, if there's no connection to Bloodhaven there in the department that's touched on here, then that is kind of a key jangle and a name drop.
Yeah. It so for stuff like this, right? I feel like this is definitely not for a wider audience. So I think there is an element of key jangling that's okay because I don't expect them to go give me the full backstory of Themyscira in a show that has nothing to do with Wonder Woman. That's like reserved for her specifically. But what is important for us to know about Themyscira needs to be related to the villain's motives because she is Themysciran. She's an Amazonian.
So, Ryder, how do you feel if later down the line when the was it the Amazons of Themyscira? I think that's what's some show I think is being made about it. If it's explained there about Cersei's motives.
If they can explain Cersei's motives there, that would retroactively fix this. Yes, they you can do that as a when you're writing your universe. You can fix the stuff that's come before. Like my favorite example is always Civil War fixed Iron Man's PTSD from Iron Man 3. That's an easy one.
Okay, so then not saying it's great in your eyes of how you see, but is it a better choice to leave more void emptiness that can be explained later than concreting something that could be retroactively um, um, continuity error? Kind of like when we cover Twilight, every next movie broke something from the previous.
Um, that would be that would be a case of them not doing it correctly. Like so you can build off things that come before, little hints that you might have dropped in previous shows and other properties. Um, so for this, what's irrelevant for this story is Cersei's motives, or at least a lot. Like I think you already said it, Crimson, which is like, yeah, I tried telling the Themyscirans and they refused to help. That creates an issue for Themyscira because the world's in danger, but that could be explained away in something in the future. The problem is we don't have anything as to why that didn't work. Because obviously she needs to save the world. That's Cersei's motive, as far as we understand in this film. So the importance of why Themis, because the information we get about Themyscira, and we're talking a little more about episode 4 now than we are about episode 2, but um, the the thing we get about Themyscira is that they know that all of her prophecies come true. So it's weird that she doesn't have Themysciran or Amazonians helping her instead of the army of like the biker gang that she has going around with her. I agree she would get people, but it's weird that she wouldn't go to the people who know that all she does is speak to the truth first. And if she did, why did they refuse her? Like those become important elements to Cersei's motivations as to why she's collecting certain things. So that is important to this, and they can retroactively explain that. But as of right now, they haven't, so it's still a problem.
Yeah, we can't rate based off of what could happen in the future. We have to review what we have currently, and that
Yes.
could retroactively get fixed.
Okay. I see.
I
Well,
think that
since
was
I
my
guess that
point
was our
originally.
yes. So let's go to Crimson.
Oh, alrighty. Um, so we get some backstory behind the bride in this one. This one's bride focused, as Springs was saying. Each episode's kind of centered around a member or a higher focus on a particular member. And it's an okay backstory to me. Um, it fits. It's very weird that it was Victor, right? The Victor Frankenstein. Um,
Yeah.
he created this woman and then did some, I guess, necro, uh, construing it that way.
And a bit
And
taboo.
it went in a because that happened. It disproved a theory I had, or made it even worse. Like weird. Because there's the portrait of Victor and three girls, and like, oh, Like Victor's family died, and the cadavers are actually the daughters or the mom and two daughters. It's kind of hard to tell with the family portrait. Like, okay, that's where he got the bodies from. Um, there's nothing confirming or not confirming that because we never see them alive. We just have the portrait.
That's a horrible
Um,
theory. Al.
yeah,
It's true. We kind it plays a little that I think Bride said to Nina that he didn't live there. This is just where he did his experimentations or his
yeah, where he
work.
did his work. Yeah,
So he has a separate home.
Mhm.
So they could be alive or at that time alive.
But he could also live alone too.
He could
Right?
also live alone.
He just lives away from his lab. So I didn't go back to check if there was three corpses in that room. But if there is, I'm actually kind of leaning that it is the three ladies in the portrait, which would make it very, very
That would
weird.
be
Yeah.
very dark. I am not
Uh,
going to look it up. I don't want to know.
I
You don't want to know.
only little thing I have to add to that is when looking at the body pieces on the tables, one of them I just had as a Ken doll of a crotch area, but it's not like destroyed. So it's not like someone's peen got cut off.
Okay.
So
But they
that could
didn't show female extremities
they didn't
either. I
show
mean,
that either.
you just
No.
get top nudity. So that could just be part of that.
So I don't know. That's a interesting theory to have, which makes Victor a little more sickening,
Yeah. And he
especially
already is
for the
pretty gross.
for the ploy that he's making this amalgamation of body parts for his, I guess, zombified son, kind of, or Eric.
Yeah. Making a bride for his form of son.
That's a very,
Yeah.
very dark twist. I never read it that way. My reading of Victor is he's a little bit twisted, but not that twisted. I don't think he intended to fall for the bride at any point.
No, I don't think he did. It
I'm in
just happened.
agreement. Yeah, it just happened. It really plays into that first impressions are everything, though. He was kind and sweet, and Eric freaking freaked her out.
Yeah.
Which
I
I found a little off. Oh, well, right, you're about to say something.
no, I go right ahead.
Um, because Victor was explaining, well, a baby in a womb has 9 months to acclimate to life. Meanwhile, this just came out of nowhere, being the bride. So she would find everything weird and scary. So I would think even Victor would make her scream just as much as Eric.
Could be. Yeah, I don't. I guess I could play into it. He was kinder and tender, and Eric was loud. The lightning flash with him. Curious if the
She
lightning
doesn't even know
flash
what
happened on.
kindness is. She doesn't
No,
know what kind or anything. She has no metric for anything. First time she's heard anything.
Yeah, so there it is it's very rushed, that scene. But like I think eventually obviously the direction they want to take with it is fine.
Mm. I get the idea, but
Yeah. I'll jump to my I think it's probably my favorite joke in the whole show, which
okay,
is the commandos and the knight, I forgot his name, the goofball,
Alexi.
Alexei.
Alexi.
Uh they're taking bets about how long the sex between Rick and the princess is going to last. That to me was funny. Landed hit me in the funny bone.
I
Yeah, that was amusing.
I find it amusing that Phosphorus takes the little wimps and noises out of Weasel as answers.
Like he's pretending he understands him.
Yeah,
That to me is also funny. There's so much going for that scene too, because I guess what I like about it is the that no one's like the knight isn't angry that the princess is hooking up with whoever she wants, and the commandos are like, we're just giving them privacy and standing guard. I think there's a level of crass maturity slash humor that you don't really get often found in that scene, which I really liked.
think it also aids that GI is there, and he doesn't say a word.
Yeah, because he doesn't care. There's no Nazis around. He also might be used to Easy Company though, so he might have stood guard for Easy Company at certain points.
Maybe.
Those chick magnets.
Hey, when you're liberating France, you get a lot of women.
I looked it up. It is 3 females, so I'm kind of going with my theory,
Ooh.
which is sickening.
Hey, remember when I said I didn't want to know? I still don't.
Eh,
I'm sure the audience maybe didn't want to know either.
but maybe they did.
Maybe they did.
All
Maybe
right,
they already knew.
writing down under Victor. Sick fuck. Okay, here we go.
I like the use of transitions in this episode. Actually, the whole show I think has pretty good transitions, but I think this episode stood out the most to me. There was a good movement transition of Cersei's beer can going off screen to the bandage, I guess, of blood in the bathroom for Flag being tossed in the trash can. I really liked. There's a lightning transition. I think of Eric of the past, lightning to the bride in present day, going through the castle. I think there's another one I wrote down, but I just like the use of movement transitions to use that aren't the same, just like cut to next scenes. Gives it all
Yeah.
fluid movement.
Yeah, and this one's more, I guess, horror aesthetic because you got the Frankenstein storyline going on. Like they have the classic lightning transition that you typically see in those kind of movies. At one
Mhm.
point with the bride, something like that.
Oh, I wrote down the movement of the tear falling from Eric's face to the choked blood coming out of the bride.
Mhm. That one I like the idea of. I don't think it was very smooth, but I liked the concept of that one.
Yeah.
For simplicity's sake, yes, I enjoy the transitions most. Well, I enjoy all the transitions in the show. I think one of them highlighted a problem for me though.
Oh, take it that's for
Is
the
that
future.
this episode or later?
Yeah, that is not for this episode.
Okay.
Gotcha. Also, just it's a little nitpick, I guess, for me, but I see it in everything, and you can highlight it in Captain America or anything else, and it's kind of the joke of like when someone's carrying a shield and walking towards you, and you have a gun, shoot their damn legs.
Yeah,
Agreed.
that's why it's one of my favorite lines in Civil War. Stark also said to go for your legs. Wonder if when Spidey was fighting Captain.
Spider-Man
One of the
fights on
best
Yeah.
planes.
parts of that show, that film.
Yeah, that's a good line. Um, what was I gonna say? Something since we talked about retroactively fixing things. I think this DC unit when the human population is aware of super beings or aliens and stuff like that. Because when we get all the flashbacks of Eric and Bride throughout history, I'm like, people are just chill with these like zombie things going around. I'm confused. Uh,
I guess so. Starting in 1831.
yeah, but
Trying
she's like a fish salesman or something or a butcher at one
to
point in a crowded city. It's
1852. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
They're in populated areas. She's a flapper on a stage,
I
and
would guess that in this DC universe, we're gonna get the Justice Society would have been around in World War II, or uh,
That in the 40s.
yeah, no,
World War
yeah.
Two.
What I'm saying is like in this universe, it kind of comes across to me as like people are more chill about alien creatures. They'll still scare you if you find one like playing with your kid out in the morning in the morning sunlight, but it's not as irregular because we got like flying knights
Well, they
around. That seems
reference
to be
metahumans and
Yeah.
stuff,
yeah.
but I'm talking about establishing how far into human
Like,
history it gets established.
yeah, I'm trying to think of DC knowledge of older characters, and I'm like, there's Jay Garrick, the Flash, but
I mean,
he's not that old. I think the oldest I can think of is Jonah Hex.
in terms of, I mean, we can also just talk about how all the Greek gods are real in this universe.
True, but they stick to Themyscira.
Usually, yes, but the Greek
Yeah,
gods also get
unless
involved with Atlantis, right?
um, not necessarily. That depends on the comic line,
Yeah.
depending on how
So
Neptune works with the Atlanteans and stuff like that.
Yeah.
so I guess for me right now, I find it as an issue that
Oh,
in the
Poseidon.
past they're
Okay.
in the public and no one's really reacting to them being monsters. But that could be fixed in future installments of, oh, okay, even in 1880, people knew about this stuff. It's commonplace in this DC universe.
Yeah. And in even if it was commonplace, you then take a little bit of issue with how people react to Nina.
That's also true. I didn't really think about it.
Yeah, so like
We'll cover that on
you're
episode
gonna run into a
7.
problem either way you do, because I think if they make it so like people are very used to the idea of that, then it's calls into question Nina's backstory being a problem. Then
Mhm. Don't know, and they're not exactly hiding
yeah,
the bride and
Mm.
Eric.
yeah, it's true.
Yeah,
There's no
Not
they're in
hiding.
makeup or
public.
anything. But yeah, I wrote them all down at 1831, 52, 80, 95, then 1912, 1923, and then 1941. They were on opposite sides of the war, which I thought was interesting.
Mhm.
Which I'm curious with how episode 7 goes with GI, if that'll be connected in any way.
Yeah, I have a point with that when we get to that one.
And then 64 and 1991, when they're at the music festival, the musician on stage is a cameo of Eugene Hitz, who's he did a lot of the music for the show.
Oh, okay.
And then Eric Frankenstein, I caught, is also wearing the shirt. The coloring's a little different, but is wearing the T-shirt that Rick Flag Jr. wore in the Suicide Squad.
Oh, didn't pick that up.
And then also when they do the flat, like the punching flash thing, I guess kind of the 1970s ish. There's a Shaggy in the background.
Rogers?
Yeah,
The
Oh,
Shaggy
I'm
Norville
gonna
Rogers.
I need to look that up. I want to see what that looks like.
Funny enough, now that you mentioned it, Springs, I think I remember seeing him. I just didn't connect the dots.
well, it's like a second and a half shot before the flash. But I also found a line that was a little dumb. Was Nina um, asking like how strong the bride was at a point, kind of during the fight with the sons of Themyscira, and but the Nina's around when the bride goes like 1v6 or whatever on them, and clearly can see that the bride throws a guy through a wall and through a roof.
Hmm.
So I'm like, I think she has proof how strong the bride is.
Yeah, that brings in my biggest issue with the bride is not necessarily her strength, but her skill sets. Because we don't get it in her backstory any reason to why she's skilled in combat or anything. It's just she's good at everything. She does get beat up, which I appreciate, but she looks like she has combat training of some sort. And all we get the World War II charge thing, but that's kind of the limits.
I see. Well, all those flashbacks were very focused on Eric's interaction with her, and not
Mhm.
necessarily an individual of her. They don't see her in like a training situation or a spec ops team or
Yeah.
anything of that sort.
And
But
I'll find that as more of an issue the further we go into the show with her skill sets.
Yeah,
I'm like, I definitely see that as guerrilla fighting and survival that she has,
I took
which I think is just
I took her skills with her combat skills as something she learned over the course of 230 years. I was fine with that. The issue that I took with her was the po- strength, I guess, that she has occasionally. Like I don't know where that came from. Like I can imagine she learned combat training and guerrilla training and survival combat training over the course of however many years she's been around, because she's been around a while. But I don't get the super strength stuff. That felt to me a little bit unknown, because she's going toe to toe with an Amazon, which is not an easy feat to do.
Not for a mere mortal.
Right. But my point is that I don't know why she would have super strength.
Yes, I'm also kind of agree. There's no like an explanation to super strength, but the strength also has. I mean, Eric has the same thing, and he's just both born the same.
Yeah, yeah, like I said, I have the same issue
But
with Eric, but Bride is more of a character than Eric is.
I
So
also am not a fan of how durable both of them are. They are stitched together body parts. Um,
yeah,
so
but
you
they're
would
also
think
pumping blood.
limbs. Well, yeah, that's also another talk. Is how do they heal themselves and all that stuff? Um, I don't know. Lots of questions.
I see them as definitely uh, durable, severely durable, and I don't know if they have like a healing factor on top of their strength. Um, but I'm glad there's no scene of there's no like Ethan Winters situation of like Resident Evil, like not like oh the bright reattaching it.
oh, just like pour some juice on it, you'll be fine.
Yeah, there's none of that, which I'm happy about. There's no Eric, his finger falls off and he just puts it back on or something.
Yeah, they didn't do any of that for comedy, and I appreciate that they were attached. I do have questions, but they're reasonably answerable questions, I think. Because you can retroactively find out that Vincent was also might have injected them with a bunch of similar fluids, and
Victor,
yeah, what did I say?
Vincent.
Is it Vincent? All right, yeah,
Yeah, I'm
Victor.
like I don't
Yeah,
know who that is, but okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Van
uh,
Gogh.
yeah, Victor. You could retroly find out that Victor injected the corpses with tons of chemicals. So when you struck with lightning, we already have precedence in the DC universe that lightning will give you superpowers if you're near a bunch of chemicals and playing with them. As far as with the Flash, so like if he was injecting like a chemical mixture into them, and that was part of the reason why they got durability, I think there is justification for that in universe already. That could be something that would be an explanation as to why she has super strength. We just don't get that, you know.
yeah. I guess the slight aid is Eric's already created, and seeing his strength, it just makes sense that Victor would compile and create the bride the same form that he did for Eric.
Yeah. Like I said, my issue is not that she has super strength. It's just that it feel of the power of the skill set that she has. That one feels like the only one that comes out of nowhere.
And in terms of power sets, Cersei, I feel like they did a Wanda or Scarlet Witch power scaling issue. Yeah, I mean, she turned her arms into inflatable balloons or whatever. um, that's some crazy power levels. Why she's getting so wrecked, I have no idea. I mean, she literally could just fly into the castle, kill the princess, and then fly away. She doesn't even have to assault the castle. She can just fly into the bedroom, kill her in her sleep, and then fly away. It's not.
Yeah.
They made this character too strong.
Yeah. The only thing I can say in defense of that, and I'm just gonna play devil's advocate for this one, because I agree that it's a problem. They could have better visually explained her skill set and powers. It's just that one she needed to actually hold her hands to cast the spell, because she doesn't cast it on people like at a range. That particular one where she's turning into floopy arms and stuff like that. Because she does what she does cast at range like makes sense that she casts at range. Like whether it be a ball of
She
destruction
does
or
have telekinetic abilities. Yeah,
yeah,
she does have that.
yeah,
So I mean, there's no reason that she's even getting touched by the bride because she could just hold the bride up
yeah.
with her telekinesis.
Exactly.
Wouldn't
They're
even do
yeah, like I said,
anything.
she is very powerful. So like the floopy arms one, I think that I can weasel that magic away. I can't really explain next to why is the bride is even allowed to touch her. The Again, that would be Themysciran world building. It might be Amazon pride. Like she likes fisticuffs fighting because
Also,
that's
could go in, yeah. Also, to what you said, Crimson, of like why she doesn't just fly in, assassinate, fly out is also could have been media pickup. Um, Knowing that she is on news and global, and she wants a more demonstration of it, like an actual war, and victory and pride out of it, versus very kind of like uh,
A covert operation.
slimy way, or like something like it just doesn't picked up and it's speculated or
Yeah.
something like that.
What I'm saying is here is I still have no idea what Cersei's like. Cersei's doesn't plan doesn't make any sense.
Definitely could be a better plan.
And as far as her powers are concerned, they are OP. That being said, I do like I guess the brutality of the fight.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think the fight scenes in this show are pretty good. I didn't say too much on the episode 1 phosphorus fight, but I really liked how it played out.
I think they're decently choreographed.
I agree with all those statements.
Ryder, what you brought up about Cersei's plan not making sense, I don't necessarily agree. I think her plan makes sense. I don't think Cersei's determination and motivation for it makes sense.
So
What's the plan, Sprinks?
To take out Alana or the princess, or I guess also the queen, whoever's in charge, because that's stated in episode 1 that the queen's still alive, so Alana isn't fully in charge. But take out the royalty of Pokolistan, and then to save World War III situation from the vision that Cersei has. But that's explained in a later episode. But then, like her going about that, and especially with like just eating the steak and drinking the beer thing, it's like why isn't she taking action? Why is she relaxing? If this is something she knows, unless the foresight of that isn't. I mean, it's also not explained if that was like before the invasion, and the invasion was like something leading up to that, and she just like saw the image of the princess in a vision or something. It's like, okay, something involves her and doesn't know about it. That way, it's not like an instant kill to go and do, and the vision comes later to then kill while she's present. That could be a thing. That's not explained though, because what's explained is the situation afterwards, but we don't know when it took place of that vision. Um, so I just found it weird that like Cersei's there to do this task that she set upon herself to do, but she's not like beelining for it. It kind of feels like she has slight confusion on what to do and what not to do, and is like at a halfway point.
yeah, that's why her plan makes no sense. Okay, so I think you might have misunderstood what I meant by that. The concept of what she wants to do makes sense. She wants to prevent the world war, right?
Yes.
Right. The problem is the path to her getting to kill the princess is what doesn't make sense. I don't understand why she meanders, and as you say, I don't understand. Like, she gets the Thuns of Themyscira all riled up. It's weird that, by the way, that what's the name of the country again?
Pokolistan.
Bokulistan doesn't really react to the fact that they have a bunch of armed rebels running around when they have uh, armored knights that function as their military, and they also have an actual military. But obviously the armored knights are more pretend to protecting the princess and stuff like that. So when I say her plan doesn't make sense, I mean that uh, the road to get to solving the plan, not necessarily that her motivation to want to stop the end of the world doesn't make sense, because I think that does.
Okay.
So it's just some
Yes.
good clarification.
I don't know why she rounded up a bunch of hillbillies, to invade a country and overthrow the royalty instead of going to another country's government. She could have just gone over to the U.S. president's, like, here's a threat. Let me touch you and show you a vision of what's to come, and then they verify that she's a clairvoyant, which is what Waller did. Um, Her first instinct, let's build up this dude army. That doesn't seem like the first action you would do when
Especially from
with
a
this.
Themysciran or Amazonian.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of just shrugging. I don't fully know. I'm not very familiar with Cersei, so
Yeah, I'm just saying we're in within the context of the show because she's very important. This is kind of what's missing for her character to complete the puzzle. Uh,
Yeah,
so yeah,
which is why I'm kind of the only thing I can see is that she didn't fully have the vision of what's going to occur until a certain point.
What point would you say that is? Like before the show, during the show?
No, during it's got to be after. Well, as I said, like it could be a thing where she knows of Pokostan and the princess, but not what they create or do. But her vision has something to get towards that. That's why she goes there. Um, and maybe she saw her vision. I don't know how it goes with this clairvoyance thing of like it has to be said in a way, or if it's like fate where like someone's gonna get hit in the head, but you like dodge them out of the way to getting hit in their head. By dodging them, they hit their head on something else, kind of thing. If it's like she saw herself with an army of guys, and no matter what she does or doesn't do, the army of guys still is going to be formed for her in some way. So maybe she went about that knowing it's going to help, and upon getting there, that's why she's meandering because she doesn't know what she needs to do until her next vision, and then when she gets that vision, then she knows to kill. By the time she's captured, she has that, and that's what she shows. But maybe not at the point she left that mascara. She knew that, but that's not explained at all. All that's explained is she's there for a reason in Polkostan, and we get the reason later. But it doesn't seem by her actions that that reason to avoid World War III, which she seems very like kind of passionate about when she gets defeated by the Creature Commandos, it goes with her actions from episode 1 to that point.
I guess just my last point on that because we spent a lot of time on it. It just seems like a lot of assuming. Right, with that particular explanation of she had other visions with her motivations, and then we get a complete vision when she is interviewed with Waller
yeah, that is
because we don't
a
have anything proving that.
hefty amount of plot contrivance and convenience.
It is, but it's not necessarily not believable, but in the showing of the show of what is shown, it's terrible sentence I guess I just made, but it there's definitely it's a thing where it's weak. It definitely could be strengthened by an explanation of a point, or like that scene with the Sons of Themyscira, like asking her, "Hey, what are we gonna do, boss?" And she's just eating and drinking beer. It's like explained there to them, so like they understand their boss's motive and understanding of like how she gets her visions, because she gets the visions, but it's like when does she get them? And is it because it is explained in that kind of interrogation scene with Dr. McPherson, um, right after Amanda gets the vision, kind of thing of like she's not always constantly seeing the future. It comes to her at times. Because if it was explained like she always can like see ahead and see what's going to happen, then that's even a bigger problem to why she's meandering. But if it's like at certain points, it does play into that. Then it's just not shown on her point of view or side when she gets that vision to change her goal or like her steps to get achieve where she needs to go.
I guess my thing on the theory is we know she does this because she gets a vision, um, and we get the vision she gives Waller. So I don't know why you think that Cersei could have gotten it in breadcrumbs and then gave a complete piece to Waller, because we don't have anything indicating that she did get it in pieces.
All I have is that she gets to Pokistan with an army and sits about until a point. She's not storming the castle automatically. She waits kind of for the creature commandos to arrive. She's checking out Victor's castle to jump on the bride, where that's not where Alana is at all. I don't know if she's trying to take out threats and thinks the commandos are going to wipe out her army, kind of thing. If that's a part of her vision or earlier visions, because it just makes that very confusing of what she's doing for the first couple episodes.
Alrighty.
All right, writer, do you have
Yeah.
another point of this episode?
For episode 2, I think I'm near my end of notes. I think the last one is more of a Good character interaction. One of the reasons Dr. Phosphorus didn't want to interrupt the sexy times with the princess is because he felt bad for attacking him the previous night. I like that. Adds a little bit of more group dynamism, and also adds just some motivations about where the priorities lie. He wants to apologize, which I like. And then obviously GI just being the best character. Is this one a dirty Nazi general?
Is
So
he?
yeah, so just some good
All
stuff
right.
for as far as humor and good character work.
Gotcha. Well, with that, we'll actually go into the episode 3 now. Move on over there. The Cheers to the Tin Man kind of shows it there, that GI's episode.
Mhm. Certainly.
I'll start with, I think, a good art. It's not overly animated in a way that it's like apparent that an animation has changed, but I think it's very cool that the World War II look of the Easy Company and GI in the forest, which I think possibly could be the Battle of Hirrigan Forest that GI is telling Weasel in episode 1, could possibly be that same time. Um, but I like that the look of the soldiers has that old, like, 1960s 50s comic look of the over dark shadowing and lines. It seems like the kind of commander in chief or of the Easy Company that GI is reporting to in that forest has such more dark ink line work in him than kind of any other character in the show.
Yeah, there's an element of that for sure, and just the facial features that just feel like a more grizzled um,
Oh, the
time.
constant open mouth yells.
Yeah, it's. I think they did a good job evoking a different vibe because you're right. It's not like a different animation style or anything, but it's stylized slightly to give off a different feel.
Yeah. Well, Ryder brought it up earlier that apparently GI might be his favorite character, so let's go with Ryder for the next one.
Sure. One of the things, actually, I'll start with the only one of the few problems I had with him, and it's not really his fault. I view it as more of a plot contrivance issue, there rather being like a character motivation issue. I don't know why he has bullets when he goes to the meeting at the end, when we're going to be intercutting between him massacring the sons of Themyscira and the people at the socialist meeting.
Oh, at the meeting, why he's armed?
Yeah, I have no idea why he has bullets. He's been decommissioned and disassembled. I would assume they took away all the ammunition. That would be the logical assumption to make from that. And I don't know why a collector would rearm him if in any event, even if it's what, you know, he was designed to do. There's not really, theoretically, there's not any Nazis to kill.
Well, the collector guy did say he wanted him to join the cause, so maybe he did weapon him up for something.
That is possible. I think it's also in GI with his directive that he tells the professor of, like, always having a directive, and then, theoretically, if he didn't, what he would want. But upon reactivation, his directive would still be the same. Even, episode 1 with Nina, his directive is still the same since World War II. And I think upon um, revitalizing him, he would go about himself to make sure everything's up to check of himself. So I think he would just go in that garage and
Arm himself.
reload, yeah, arm his ammo just to keep up to where he needs, because he would know himself if he's out of ammunition and a situation came up with a bad guy in World War II, he would be, shit out of luck. So I think with all the memorabilia in that room of what Sam had, arm himself and be prepared, because he thinks at any corner there's going to be one.
Yeah, because I don't have a character issue with it. I have more of a question of like, why is he armed? I think that
I think it
can
makes more
work.
sense that GI armed himself and not Sam arming him.
Yeah, I think that can work. If that's the case, I think that needed to be better conveyed. I think that works. I think that fixes the plot hole, but it's now just a
It's a thing
nitpick.
that wasn't shown, but it's believable.
Yeah, it's believable.
Situation.
It's a nitpick because we don't really have any building blocks to it other than he that is obsessed with killing Nazis, which is a fine character trait to have, mind you. But
Yeah,
it's
but we never see GI go fisticuffs with people. It's
yeah,
always of
yeah.
guns.
I don't like I said. I
He
don't need.
does charge Rick Flag and Waller at the introduction of them all when they charged him.
That is
Uh,
true, but I, that that could slightly go into the assumption that he unloaded his whole clip into the Jenga tower.
and goes into why does he have a working gun in
In
prison?
the
That's also true.
prison, no idea.
Yeah,
So, like I said, I think they're a bit inconsistent about his guns when they should be loaded and when they shouldn't be. I don't see a reason for him. I don't see a strong reason for him to have loaded guns when he goes to the meeting. But I think your explanation, Springs, is enough to excuse most of that away. I still take some issues with it because why would the collector not have noticed that he's missing ammunition? Why wouldn't it's factors like that that would pile up. So it works, but it's like
well,
you plugged a big hole, but there's still little
yeah.
tiny places where
Setting
it's
the
leaking.
collector, I think a scene that really kind of explains who he is as a collector. He's not one to dismantle GI and look at every nook and cranny of him to see what functions. And it's like, oh, this is out of date or whatever. Is when he activates GI and they're just so he just keeps saluting like it's a toy.
Yeah,
I think that's just like, oh yeah, he's not gonna look through GI. He's just having a friendly robot companion.
I mean, it could be a one line thing. Like when he shows the garage of all the memorabilia, he could be like, look, I even have the ammunition you would have used back then." And then you could have the Tin Man GI look at it, and boom, we now know GI acknowledges that there's ammo, and then we can extrapolate. Okay, he gets ammo from the garage because it's been set up. Um, so it could be a one line thing, but and you could just assume it, like Sprinks is saying, that there is enough to infer, but nothing strong.
Yeah. I think I have a little nitpick, which is just like an animation thing from the previous episode into this one, but with the timeline, it's fast, and I see it as more as a nitpick other than the durability that the bride and Eric have. Of in the last episode, we saw how beat up seriously pummeled the bride and just like bleeding out, kind of gasping for air, black eyed at the end with Nina. And then in this episode, when they get to the castle or Eric's mansion, or sorry, Victor's mansion, and they see the bride tied up in the chair, she's fully healed.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, and we are established at least through Eric that it takes time to heal for them. He was at the house with the healing with the burns. He was
Yeah.
at the house at the very end healing with the bullet wounds. So that they don't have a accelerated healing, but they do have healing.
Yeah. So I saw that as a nitpick to it because I know they have a healing factor, but I don't know if that's trying to explain that the bride's is stronger than Eric's. And I don't know. I thought that was more of just like the cartoon Tom and Jerry, like head explode, next shot, you're fine.
Yeah, it's a continuity error. They didn't keep the continuity for damage. That's
I'd agree with that. Yeah.
Crimson, let's go to you.
alrighty. GI's death, air quotes. I really wish it was, honestly. Because the return
Yeah.
of him at the end really ruined and undercut it drastically.
Yeah.
Um, because I mean, it was powerful. He had his moment. He was smiling. He was so happy to finally get at those Nazis again. It's been so many years. He's been asking for it. He gets it. One moment, boom, out of nowhere, death. I liked it. And then yeah, they undercut it. He's back. He's bulky. He's alive. And I don't know.
They
I,
kind of did what I don't like about Guardian. of the galaxy. They kind of grooted him.
Yeah, yeah, that's a good comparison. And who's connected to those both of those properties?
Yeah.
um, Gunn cannot get cannot commit to killing a character he likes, I guess. Um,
Well, he did commit to killing Yondu. I think he liked Yondu.
I guess he didn't like Nina.
Yeah.
I didn't.
Uh, yeah, I'm in agreement. I think the him being alive at the end undercuts the emotional impact between him and Nina, since they were the two, like, I'm gonna say this, closest to normal of the group. Um, and it would be tragic that they're the two that die. I think, and it really undercuts, I guess, the connectivity there, I suppose. Because Gi was the only one that was a friend to Nina in these first few episodes.
And then he gets replaced by
Yeah.
a new friend for Nina.
Yeah, pretty much. I
I
do.
mean, going forward, that'll be an interesting character connection between the bride and GI then.
That was something I was going to talk about on episode 7. Yeah,
Oh,
If they
but if
can.
you want to go into it, I don't know.
well, I'm just saying, like in the future, if they,
Mhm.
have
If,
something later on, just their connection because of Nina.
yeah, if they continue
Yeah,
the show and they end up bonding because of it, that would be something. I The arrival of the creature commandos at the mansion and them just like mowing through people, pretty fun to watch.
pretty gruesome.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty gruesome. I think a lot of the like quick cuts that they were doing of people getting obliterated definitely helped because there were some frames. I didn't take any screenshots, but you could just see like a blood splatter that clearly doesn't fit in the scene, but it's there to exemplify the gore.
Oh, it
But
it
if you
yeah,
pause
over the
on it,
top.
it doesn't look right at all. But the speed of which they were cutting the actions kind of masks it.
Yeah.
So
I like
good job on the
the
shortcuts, animation shortcuts.
what to give it that such just gruesome, gory look of the 3 layers of blood. How there's the background art piece of like a wall or a body that's stationed and not moving in the background of blood, and then the animated blood over the top of that moving by dripping, and then the possible blood on the foreground, like on the lens of like an imaginary camera being present.
Mhm. Yeah, they did good with the gore. They like
Just get a good depth.
eyeballs. Lots
Yeah,
of eyeball action.
eyeball popping.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, the one that was I think just pretty gruesome to me of the guard trying to get Alana out of the room, and a rocket shot by the son of one of the members of the Sons of Themyscira shoots a rocket at him, and the explosion of the rocket doesn't kill him. The rocket's impact breaks him in half,
Mhm.
and like keeps going down the hall.
Yeah. I don't know if I'd say that's the most gruesome one. Um,
Oh, I'm sorry, not most gruesome, but just to add to the gruesome like aspect of it. Like it's not like he gets hit, explodes, and Alana like blinks her eyes and is holding a hand, kind of thing. Like it's showing like blunt
it doesn't
force.
cut away from the action. It
Yeah,
shows the action.
he's not
Yeah.
riddled with bullets, kind of thing.
Mhm.
It's convenient that Cersei arrives late to the battle.
Yeah,
Yeah. Especially
maybe
with
she
her
was
speed with flight and stuff.
Yeah.
possibly mending her own wounds from the fight with the bride. But with what we see of the bride at the start of this episode, probably not. Maybe.
Probably not. Though like I said, it's done just to give the Commandos time to be there to stop her. It's definitely a plot contrivance.
Yeah. I brought it up earlier when we talked about the Sons of Themyscira and to this fight, and it was just a little baffling to me how they're kind of on the par of these flying, shooting Iron Man armored forever knights are going to toe with these amateur army of dudes with machine guns in hockey pad armor, and they're like going against each other.
Oh yeah. I wrote, how are flying laser knights losing? It's
Yeah,
like, how is this a competition?
Yeah, like I said,
it makes it a little more drastically apparent in the next episode of something that just made me go, "Wow, these stormtroopers of knights are ugh."
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about.
I agree. Uh, I think the way to fix it would just have it be a 10-to-1 ratio.
Oh, well, maybe, yeah. Just add more of the body count.
More of a body count on the side of the Sons of Themyscira. It would make more sense as to why they can only hold off so many of them at a time. So they're still working their way through them, but it would be make sense that some could get inside without them not having the people around to stop it.
Yeah. How do you 2 feel about the use of live action, um, on the
The
TV?
movie.
It's like the live action aspect in an animated world.
I see it in other things. So whether it fits in this thing, I don't know if it really does, but uh, I wouldn't dock it for it.
Yeah, I just think it's very
They're watching Band of Brothers,
interesting,
right? I think they're watching Band of Brothers.
I
possibly.
couldn't tell what it was.
It was a World
I
War
couldn't
film.
figure it out. Yeah. Um, I just find it interesting if they are continuing with this aspect with the DCU of the live action and the animation being shared world of the characters are the same actor in both versions to use this animation cartoon or animation and live action hybrid look for this one bit because it would be normal if it's like in probably not Superman, but something else later in the line of live action that there's a live action GI robot and he walks by and sees it.
The it sees what?
The movie he's watching with Sam,
Oh, okay.
like it's playing on TV, or he sees like a copy of it, or
Yeah, I think that. I mean, I think the intention is because they were intending these. They wrote this as if they were going to be live action, right?
not necessarily that the show is going to be live action. That the actors portraying the characters can go either way. So if there's a live action Doctor Phosphorus sometime in the DCU, it's going to be played by Alan Tudyk.
Okay. Yeah. So
That's
if
what they're going with.
yeah, if that was their intention from the beginning, I it makes sense to me that they would try to blend more of that the live action feel into parts of the show because this is going to be directly tied. This is going to be tied to James Gunn's DCEU. Like this is going to be canon for that.
Yeah,
So when
all the
most of
events
that's
of this
going
are
to be
canon to the Superman.
yeah, when most of that is going to be live action, it makes sense to just play with some live action elements, even though it is animated. So I don't know if I don't know if I had took an issue with that. I just it's odd visually, but I wouldn't knock it for the choice.
Same. I don't see it as an issue or a nitpicker. I just see it as like an interesting stylization to go with, which I think the show does in multiple aspects. We didn't touch on it in the last episode of how kind of as soon as the bride leaves after the fire, it goes into a music video. I'm like, just like the stylization choices of things like that, I think are very interesting for the show to pull off.
Yeah. Here's a question: was the music too much in this show? Because we get a lot of music fights. It's now really much James Gunn style. He kind of
He knows
skyrocketed
how to make a
for
soundtrack.
yeah. He definitely skyrocketed it with Guardians. I think this one kind of falls into Guardians 3 territory for me, where I think it's overused a little bit. Because I think a lot of them do fit, but I do get a sense of overuse.
Uh,
Is there one in particular
I
you think was not needed if it's overused?
No, I don't have a general one that just stood out obviously to me. It's more of a like I think he just overused the tool. It wasn't terrible. It's just it felt in some parts that it was being overused.
okay.
Like he
Okay.
leaned
Like every fight had to have a song.
yeah, like every fight had to have a song is what it felt like. Like it would be more interesting to kind of cut away from that at some point where it was just silence to help emphasize the importance of fight.
They kind of do that in the last episode.
Yeah. But like I said, they could have done it before that. My point is
Yeah.
that it's a little overused. It's not bad, it's just overused.
Okay. I didn't necessarily get that, but seeing that example now out of you, I can totally see it. Um, but I did think all the music fit and worked well with
Yeah.
the characters and world.
Yeah, I don't
I
think I
actually
had
have
a
a
particular one that stood out as terrible with a character. So
yeah, Ryder, I know you bring up a couple times how you're like, oh, found a new song to add to our playlist or something like this. I do have the theme song and Wanderlust King in a playlist for me.
Which one's the second one?
Wanderlust King is a Dr. Phosphorus's dancing song in
Okay.
episode 6.
I think my favorite vocal song was the one with the princess swimming, whatever song that was.
Oh,
And
Strangers. Yep.
and I liked the one with Weasel's flashback. It wasn't a vocal track, but the song that was played there I liked. The sad, more somber music.
Yeah.
uh,
Also, one of those instances, I forget, I brought it up before, and I feel like it was really recent where I think it was African Queen, where I said like a song plays for an emotional aspect, but without a song, you don't. It's not enhancing an emotion, and I think that really goes with what you just brought up, Crimson, of that Weasel bit. Like the
Mhm.
music plays to build into that emotion.
Yeah, and also yeah, that was African Queen.
Okay.
yeah. I also agree. Oh, this will be a surprise to the audience. I agree with Crimson. Favorite vocals is probably the Nina Under the Water song.
With
And
music, you and
I know, right?
are you
It's
kidding me?
Hey, it's
hell
happened.
hell is
It's
frozen over.
rare,
I
but
agree. I don't think I added anything to my playlist though. I don't remember any of the music with I don't remember any of the music being like, all right, I need to add this to my monster hunting playlist, my podcast playlist, or things like that.
no coin operated boy.
Yeah.
Mm.
Um, there's a couple um cameos in this episode, which possibly the key jangling thing, but one I had to look up and one I recognized. There's a animal, vegetable, mineral man. If anyone knew who that was,
Nope.
all
I
right.
only know the Condiment
When
King. Sorry.
oh well, that's another. He wasn't Economy King's not in this,
Yeah.
but when GI is being taken to his jail cell, he goes by a couple other cells of other members, and there's one of he kind of has like a purple dinosaur coming out of him, looking dude. That's
Yeah.
animal, vegetable, mineral man. He's also like a villain of Doom Patrol.
Mm.
Uh,
The
and
show or
then
just the characters? I
in
haven't
the
seen the
comics,
show.
but I haven't seen the
Okay.
show. He possibly could be in the show. And the other one was the Crimson Centipede, who's a Wonder Woman
Crimson
villain.
Centipede. Hmm.
I didn't know you could turn into a Spanish Pete Crimson.
I didn't know I could turn it into a Speed either.
Speed.
Is that what I said?
That's yeah. That's what it sounded like.
You boys and the names. Another key jangle moment is they mentioned Hub City, which is the hometown of the Question, or the first Question, before it got passed the mantle to Montoya, the detective of Gotham,
Not to be
or
confused
private
with Inigo
investigator.
Montoya. Yeah.
Yeah.
uh,
Yeah, that's fine.
uh, Plot armor for the princess because Cersei just kind of toys with her instead of killing her.
Yeah, a bit.
Yeah. Hmm.
Again,
uh,
I think it was for
Yeah.
a
You could
show
have
or
totally
something,
just
but
melted
no
her
one's really
face.
around. Yeah.
no one's around for a bit. Thing comes eventually to save her, but she had the princess dead to rights for more than 30 seconds.
Yeah. She's just chucking her around. Pretty durable princess.
She had some Spartan enhancements that I don't know about, maybe. But
Quite possibly.
uh, let's see.
I
Uh,
do like even though it's a short scene of Nina holding GI's head and just like their little talk, while before was a big, fight thing, and then right after that is big fight thing. It's a nice kind of tone breaker, so
yeah,
it's not all one.
and I mean,
But I just like how much emotion it conveys in that of
yeah,
just the two of them
I
for being
agree.
episode 3.
Yeah, I agree. I think Nina being the heart of the group works because she's not monstrous like everybody else, and obviously she has a bond with GI. So Bond gets to say goodbye to a friend he wanted to kill Nazis with. So we got to feel at home and easy company again one more time, which I really liked. That was, like I said, I think it's definitely the high point of the first, that one of the high points of the show. I think that scene.
Mm. So Waller's reasoning for involving Nina in the group was she thought she'd be able to control the team a bit.
She's
Get,
sane. That was the reason, and
Yeah,
she's
yeah,
most
smart.
reasonable.
Yeah.
yeah, and do you guys feel like that's a strong enough reason? Because we see that Waller has other options for people to be on this team, or monsters to
I
be on this
think
team.
Waller's one who does one-on-one self-evaluations with people, and being who Nina is, totally can that explains that, but doesn't put these prison members in teams prior. She just builds them kind of, thinking what works best. And going with that, she knows Nina personally on a one-to-one level, doesn't know Nina around others. And Nina, what she would kind of get is how Nina interacts with anyone else in that cell or that room. And when showing flag, Nina's sitting by herself. She's not interacting with anyone else. So in the group, I think that just conveys very well of who she is. Of in the group, she's not really going around demanding anything. She's kind of just trying to make friends or kind of being that shy, awkward, and her backstory helps into that. I think.
Hmm. Um,
It's just
I
weird to have her in a protection detail.
Yeah, I think that if she were a little bit tech savvy, I think that would boost my want, because I obviously want Nina here because she is the heart of the group at a certain point of the show. Um, so her like being the more moral center of the group and stuff like that, I think justifying her presence a little bit more by making her just a tiny bit more tech savvy, like she's helping set up the
She needs a stronger skill.
she needs a stronger skill than just being friendly. Because I actually like that she's trying to befriend people as a means of trying to keep the team together. That's a very sweet thing to add for this character because she's not supposed to feel like she belongs in the group of monsters. But I definitely think they needed to give her a more useful skill to justify her presence. Because I think that's really the only, again, one of the things that's missing, just one of the small things that's missing, because it feels a little bit contrived that she's here, especially when all it takes is a bullet going through her glass helmet to kill her. They don't even have to,
Hmm.
kill her.
Yeah, she could trip down the stairs and die.
Yeah. Let's go with whose point was that one? Was that Crimson's? But Nina's presence.
I guess it was like a piggyback point. So
Well, if it's a piggyback, well, then let's go with you for the last one.
oh, okay. Well, I wish I had a big one, but I'll go with a little one. So Nina incapacitated because her dome's broken, and they are on the way back to the castle because Cersei tricked them, which I guess was an okay plan. Uh, that part of the plan, I guess. Um, but when they get there, one of the knights runs off, gets her a tire, and comes back to give it to her. And I'm just like, you're prioritizing this random fish lady over protecting your princess. You, the outfit was in the castle. Nina said that, oh, I have a backup at the castle. So the guy had to run into the castle and run back out to get her outfit during this fight. So I just found that was just
It
not
is a
very good.
little it is a little silly, but I think it's also, as we explained, what's silly is that these knights are going toe to toe with these sons of Themyscira, and they know the creature commandos are there to defend them. So I think they just believe that the members of creature commandos are far tankier than themselves, and that they have so more. Like they don't know what Nina can do, but they know
They
she's been
just
sent
assume
from
that she has a
America
superpower because
to
she's a
do.
part of the
Yeah,
commandos. Okay, I can sort of see that angle. I wish we got some more interaction with the commandos and the knights then, a little bit.
yeah.
I feel like a line from a knight would, because the knights we see, they're quite confident in their abilities. They're not like, man, we're getting stretched thin. we're outmatched. No, they're all very
Hopeless or cowardice.
confident.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's not like they're needing the commandos.
no. But Alexei
Um,
also seems very connected to the commandos. So on the ride over, is just like, hey, someone needs to bring Nina her costume.
Yeah. That would work. I could totally see him having a phone call with somebody. Hey, make sure someone brings in her costume.
Sorry, Alex, but we're getting murdered over here because you left us.
Yeah.
I mean,
That would be
I
the
don't know.
response.
It's a
Yes.
weird thing to do in the middle of this whole siege that's happening here.
Yeah, like I said, it's just weird. I mean, obviously, the reason is just so that Nina's not walking around naked once GI dies. But
I think it's also that Nina doesn't just get forgotten and
She
gets
needs to
left in the
breathe.
tub in the car.
Yeah.
um, so there is that's the main reason for it. But like I said, it's just there's elements of the plot here that are just kind of off, and that's one of them. Like it's a little out of place. I'm totally fine with them doing that, and then she could run out. Like once the fight is over, uh, outside, like the GI's blown up, a knight could rush past to give Nina her clothes at that point. Um, once most of the tons are dispatched, I think that would be a fine time to bring her clothes and stuff like that. That way she's dressed to go find GI and stuff like that. Um,
Mm.
so moving that scene and probably towards at least when all the sons of Themyscira have been wiped out, I think that would be okay. It would fix the slight just it feels out of place, as you say.
Trying to
And
think,
one little
like,
thing. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, I'm thinking of all the other characters in the Creature Commander. I don't think anyone cares enough to do it for Nina, other than ordering a guard to do it.
Yeah.
Like Phosphorus doesn't give a shit, but it would be kind of funny if he did, and like just charge towards the building, just melting through people, saying like, "I need the costume," kind of thing. Like that's a little funny, but he wouldn't do that. Weasel doesn't understand. Bride's still not at the point to see Nina fully as a friend. Gi
Yeah,
is in
he's
heaven
killing.
currently. Yeah, he's doing what he wants, which I think is a great shot when he's rising and the sun's like silhouetting behind him, just making him look like a messenger of death.
And I like that they showed that William Magnus gave him the upgrades he said he might get to.
Yeah,
The hovering instead of the extended legs and the. I don't really know how the Triguns work with how the bullets could fit in his arm, but
Trigun
cool.
was in this episode. I didn't see
Yeah,
that.
yeah. He's in the background lasering people.
Yeah. Very out of place.
Yeah, this would be a whole different show if Trigun was present.
Yeah, pretty
You
sure he'd
thought
be
you
the
thought that
big
was the
bad.
sun, but that was his third eye back there. So
Sorry, audience. Very nerdy reference,
Yeah.
but
Welcome to the
fitting.
podcast.
DC. What's not fitting is a line that's said in episode 7, which I thought was funny. But anywho, Crimson, that was your last point. Go with that. Chose for you. Not that it's your. You know what I mean. So with that, we'll move on to the next episode. Episode 4, Chasing Squirrels, the Weasel episode. Um, let's go with writer.
All right. Uh, again, starting with Flag and the princess, I think it works really well because obviously she's manipulating him, but obviously you can tell that Rick Flag is still being dutiful. Rick Senior. So
Yes, that Dilfy piece of shit.
I appreciate the touch of budding feelings, but also just the sense of duty. Again, just more stuff for Rick. He's a very dutiful man, but obviously you can only push him so far when he has a particular opinion of someone, which I do enjoy most of the time in this show.
I also do like the little peek behind the curtain of Alana's kind of like true intention of like, oh, just shoot her.
Oh yeah, just
Isn't that what
how
you Americans do? Just take her, shoot her.
yeah I do like how uh, innocently the princess says to execute her. Again, you're right. It is kind of showing her true colors a little bit.
long.
Yeah, it's just kind of like this, like, ooh, she's a little cynical under there, but she's playing this innocence, and it's just good for
Yeah.
the kind of just the mystery, a bit of the show between Alana and what Cersei's vision says, and then what Dr. McPherson says, and so okay. Let us go to Crimson.
Alrighty. Um, let's go with. Oh, whew, I almost went with episode 5 stuff. I went on the wrong notes. um, so something that bugged me heavily. It started in this episode and it came back later. Is police in this? Having seen this, I've I'm curious, James Gunn's view on police because they are awful in this show. They are just the worst. um, they see Weasel dragging a kid, and their first instinct is to shoot, which is a big risk. And uh, I would think looks like the animal's trying to escape the building with the kid, so maybe kill the animal when it's out of the burning building instead of accidentally shooting the kid who's
Crimson is a werewolf.
still alive. Yeah, they're not using their silver bullets. Uh, so I think the police were just cranked up too high in this.
I
I
agree.
would have preferred if just something fell on Weasel or on the girl while he's escaping and the police are blocking the or are walking by the windows and Weasel just avoids them because he's afraid of the police or something. Um, instead of them actively shooting him in a burning building,
Yeah.
it's too heightened.
I am in complete agreement. I think the paranoid man who ends up shooting the boiler, you definitely get the sense of rising tension. I think that works because he is
Yeah,
not trained theoretically. He's just a paranoid man for all we know about him. But police were definitely dumbed down for uh what they did in this. It's very much a heightened sense of um again, it's plot contrivances on plot contrivances.
and the random guy, he had more restraint than the police did. He told Weasel to leave her alone, like Weasel could understand him. The guy was talking to it. Leave her alone. He didn't like go in guns blazing.
That's
He
also
was
true.
actually communicating. Um, so yeah, that's my view on it. Episode 7, police.
Yeah,
My gosh.
I knew your connection there. Uh, I just, I what I found weird was as I brought up how the knights have these arm cannons and are missing everything. Yet Weasel running down a hallway, this cop is dead on with its aim.
One of the best cops I've seen in anything, honestly.
Yeah, he did not
That isn't
go
a
to the stormtrooper
protagonist.
school for aiming. That's for sure.
Yeah, but also just plays into how I like how it's not humanizing isn't I think the right word for it, but just how like good these monsters are, kind of thing. Like going from the Suicide Squad of Weasel, just a joke character in that,
Okay,
just kind of
saying
like
he's a
a
character is a bit of a stretch. He's just a joke.
yeah, yeah. Um, but in this, with the, I mean, he kind of still plays off his joke for beginning until this episode, knowing where he comes from and what his perspective and idea and what he sees working, like why he kind of is fine with Alana and why he connects and he thinks it's the girl he saved and still don't know where he came from, but
Yeah,
Season 2.
we get some things for him to kind of assume like the animalistic instincts that he has, or like the direction that that'll take him.
yeah. Let's see. There was definitely some. This one had a lot of cameos this episode, so I'll just kind of rank them off a little. There's Gorilla Grodd from the Flash. These were in Cersei's flashback,
Yeah,
and
and
then
they were. I think in her flashbacks. Sorry, I'm just adding on top of that because I think in her flashbacks we saw Gorilla Grodd, but we also saw the African nation of like really really intelligent gorillas that it's in the DC universe.
Um,
oh yeah,
the social, not society, right?
No, it's not a society. I don't remember
No.
the name of the city. It makes appearances in like the 20. My memories are
yeah,
from the Justice League show and obviously the Flash TV show, But there's a really super advanced
Kind of
gorilla
Grodd's
society
kingdom.
like living out in Africa. So I think we see that too with Gorilla Grodd.
Yeah. And then the Justice League, essentially Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, Hawk Girl, Booster Gold, Robin, Peacemaker. They're all dead. Um, and then in the prison cell, when they were kind of back at Belle Reve, there's Kong Gorilla, which I had to look up, who was a member of the Justice League at some point. And to give credit where it came from, I did look it up. It was on Screen Rant, just to let you know. And also, I thought it was She-Bat next to him, um, but it's not She-Bat because I thought it was Kurt Langstrom's wife. Um, Kurt Langstrom being Man-Bat, but no, that's actually Nosferatu, which is that Bat lady.
Not Nosferatu, but Nosferatu.
Yeah, Nosferatu. She's, I think, in a comic or something, at some point fought Superboy.
Mm.
I think that's all the cameos I wrote down.
Lots of people.
Uh,
Lots of references to characters I've never heard of.
yeah.
The ones I have.
Lucky Frankenstein's here. Why wouldn't he just go straight to the house since that's where the bride was last seen? I have no idea. Uh, how he's able to be in a helicopter above a military base, I also have no idea. Um,
Had approval because the guy knew who Rick Flag was.
yeah, I mean that's the best inference I can make is that they were ex-military, but a stretch, especially since the helicopter fucking crash landed, and he wasn't immediately taken in by the people who are good at controlling monsters. So there is a lot of plot issues related to that. Maybe
Also, can go into how Sergey is the spy inside Belle Reve. Don't know how he got in there.
yeah. Uh, so maybe I just don't like Frankenstein because he's tied to a lot of problems too. Uh, there you go. There's I rambled off a few points.
Yeah, I do find Frankenstein though quite funny.
I think he was okay until the final episode where it made everything not okay to me.
Ah,
I think there were two things that he said that made me smile. I'm actually quite annoyed with this character.
ah,
Well, all right, let me
gotcha.
rephrase that. I personally don't like the character. I do think he's poorly written objectively too.
See, okay.
But tell me how you really feel.
That is, I did. That was me telling you how I really feel. If I could erase
Mm.
any character from this show, it'd be him.
Now, which one of you is king of the world?
Leo.
No, you. Yeah,
Yeah. References. Lots of movie references in this, not just by him. And characters, I guess. Like Ghost Rider later.
and that's what I was talking. Yeah.
Yeah. I have a feeling that's what you were hinting at.
Well, Crimson, let's go with you for another one, if you got
Alrighty.
one.
Yeah. Rick points out the convenience of Cersei's visions when trying to protect the princess with the implications of the visions. And I like that he pointed that out. Oh, how convenient. And also points out how it could be fake. And I appreciate that Waller actually tried to verify it with an expert. Because if you did, I'm like, Waller, you're supposed to be intelligent. Why are you just taking this at face value? But she didn't. So I think that's good on Waller.
And it shows your trust in Rick too, even if his judgment's a little bit clouded.
Hmm.
True.
Um, yeah, I agree with that. I kind of wrote down pointing out your own stupid movie doesn't make them not stupid. So yes, it is convenient that she's having that she had this vision to begin with, I guess. But it is related to the end of the world and Cersei averts disasters, so that's kind of been her. Some of the character motivation that we do get for her in this scene, with the actual Themysciran professor there, because this one's not Clayface.
No, this one's not.
Now, something with Waller that I didn't fully understand, and maybe you guys can flip me to the side of understanding, is appointing the bride as the new leader when Rick has been sidelined.
Well, I think Rick's still in recovery, and if it kind of
No,
leans into like, oh no,
Rick hasn't been beaten up yet at that point.
oh Crimson, you talking about now? Or are you talking at the end?
No, like
Oh,
when Rick gets sidelined because he's emotionally compromised with the princess, Waller, like, we need a less whiny, bitchy person. And
just a
then,
bitch.
yeah, and then Bride was appointed as the leader, pretty much.
Well, out of the handful of characters they have, unless they want to introduce a new one, Bride seemed most fitting.
My
It doesn't
issue,
make any sense to me, though.
yeah, my issue is that why wouldn't she just appoint another military officer? Like she would
Yeah,
want like another military person running this operation, even if it's not Rick. It wouldn't make sense to put a monster in charge of the team yet. Maybe the bride earns that by the end of the show. Like that when she's that like see her being in charge of the team at the end, I'm actually okay with that because it feels like she earned it. Doesn't make much sense here yet.
I suppose so.
yeah,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
what I'm
That would
getting at.
just be introducing a new character.
Yeah, I agree that like I said the writers wrote themselves into this problem. Now they have to write themselves out of it because it doesn't negate the issue. It doesn't make sense for Waller to want to appoint a monster in charge of the team.
Yeah, I
Yes.
mean, that's the whole point of having Rick. I mean, why not just start with the Bride then, if it doesn't matter if a monster's in charge?
Yes.
The other angle that we could do with this, because it's been done before, is maybe the Waller trusts the bride a lot more in the same way that in the Suicide Squad she had gave Peacekeeper a specific mission to keep Rick Flag in check because she knows Rick Flag has a very very deep moral center that would prevent him from destroying the hard drives, which leads to the conflict. So if she had a similar arrangement with the bride and that was shown, I think that would fix the problem.
Well, having somebody as having like a side objective to the main thing, and then making the one person the leader, I kind of feels two different levels.
It is. My argument's more of it's like it would make this transition seem a little bit smoother than what we have.
Mhm. And we can't even attribute that either. That other Waller's a different universe.
Yep, I know.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of like how it would go about with a new commander in charge and what they would go about that. And I'm just seeing it as like I think that would it makes sense that it would be someone new, but and writer, you're right, they did write it or Gunn wrote himself into this kind of, but I'm trying to think of any dynamic, and I just think it would be weaker with a new one of teams untrusting. It's redoing what they did in episode one. They keep him alive, then it's like, what's the point of Rick? They kill him. What was the point of the new character?
Well, I mean, the
It,
what you do with the new characters, you can make him a bit more cruel than Rick. Like he doesn't have any compunction to shock them. So you differentiate the two characters. They're both still in that vein of like Waller trusts them to a particular degree, but you get the sense of like Rick was the carrot, this is the stick, you know.
You could have, when we're getting introduced to the team in the beginning, we have this other military member, highly decorated, and he's kind of classified as like a hunter. So Rick's squad is the protectors of the queen, while the hunter guy is out seeking Cersei. So he's pretty much absent until he gets called back because Rick's sidelined. That could be something they do that doesn't really
that
change
could
team
work.
dynamics that much.
Yeah. Then that would also introduce him early too.
Hmm.
Um Coulda, woulda, shoulda.
Yeah.
uh I guess I do like that the bride is defending her team now with the it feels a little out of place. I think her being really brutal and defending Nina wasn't earned at this point, but it could come across as her just being annoyed and it being an excuse as well, which is kind of how I read it because they haven't really bonded yet. Or are we supposed to take them going about the mansion together as them bonding?
Yeah, I was like, I think that's what they're going for.
Okay.
Yes, I think there's
They
some
had some
intimate.
bonding time there.
Okay.
I mean, they were like
Yeah,
dying next to
yeah.
each
All right, yeah,
other.
yeah, yeah. You're right. You're right. I think I was thinking of the singing world. So you're right. I take that as them bonding. I don't have an issue with this.
Okay.
Sometimes you just got to talk about things out loud to make sure you feel certain about something.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Um. Gosh, I mean, we talked about it so small, but just the Weasel backstory really just sums up in a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Does it
he finds
drag?
kids, plays with them, they die. That's the it's not a complex storyline.
It's not a complex one. It's enough to show that the thing has complex thoughts, and it's enough to he knows what it's like to lose something he cares about. That's pretty much the baseline it's establishing. And obviously the subversion of the little girl's picture that he seems like he's having an emotional awakening to her before he eats it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And I guess
and
just another one of James Gunn's friends, Linda Cardellini, making an appearance. Which I guess I should have brought back, and
AKA
Sam was Michael Rooker
Linda Carlini, AKA Velma.
of the James Gunn ones, yeah.
Yeah.
And also, what do I blank on her name? Gosh,
Who are
Lila.
you talking
Lila from Guardians 3.
about? Lila. Um,
The Otter.
oh, yeah, I didn't know who voiced that. I'm not a
Rocket,
good
Floor,
voice person.
Teefs, and Lila. Or Hawkeye's wife as well.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, forgot
So
about that.
yeah, so as pointless as the fight between Eric and uh,
Rick.
Rick is, I did enjoy it, and I like that they just end up having tea afterwards together.
Yeah. I like
Not
how
not
smart Rick
and
is about it.
yeah,
Just like, your eyeball's probably not going to survive this bullet.
yeah,
Calm down.
yeah. Not I don't hate everything that Frankenstein's involved in. This is one of those things. I'm like, all right, this is okay. I feel like he needs to be justified in this story a lot more than he is, but this is okay.
Yeah,
Nice enough.
I do like some of his banter moments, like talking about how she's everybody's type, and that Rick is also everybody's type. Uh, him taking it as a kind of a weird compliment.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's some good banner to be had with Frankenstein.
Yeah,
Not
it's
gonna
kind of
deny
what
that.
bothers me about Frankenstein because I see lots of potential with this character. They just don't justify his place in the story enough, which is a shame.
Well, like the opening credits or whatever the title sequence, it shows him in there, and it makes you feel like he's part of the squad, but he isn't.
Yeah,
He isn't part of
I don't
Yeah,
know
the
why
he's
squad
he's
not
at
a
the
all.
part of the
opening.
squad. He's a part of the show.
Yeah,
So where's my Waller intro? Because we even get a James Gunn writing at the, at the
hey,
desk.
hey,
I am.
if you want a Waller intro, I might recommend to you the Suicide Squad Isekai anime.
I was gonna say,
Oh, I forgot
doesn't
that
isn't
existed.
Waller getting her own TV show?
Uh,
Is that on the slate?
I hope it would be interesting to get a Waller TV show. I'd be interested to see that. To answer your question, Crimson, yeah, that is a thing. One of my favorite artists actually sung the opening for that song. And it's pretty great because I don't even want to spoil it for you. We'll watch it after the podcast.
Audience, not necessarily a hint. Just letting you know.
Then, yeah, that's just
I
me. That's just me being friends with my co-host off the podcast audience.
um, yeah, I'm running lower on this episode. Elizabeth, the attorney lady. I do like that she's there. It's kind of amusing that this weird creature would have representation. Um, but I mean, she made a good effort
It's good that
trying
Weasel
to.
wasn't just forgotten.
I mean, he kind of is sidelined a lot, but in this, I think they did good with his focus here and on episode 7.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, especially this one. This is his episode.
Yeah.
Uh, I like on the plane ride back, Nina is petting him to help him through the nightmare, and I also again like the conversation that Nina and the bride have, showing that they're slowly becoming friends.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Guess we didn't really tackle it on, but I go with this one. Like just why an episode's called the episode. So chasing squirrels, just to add on like what Weasel's dreaming about, and he's dreaming about like his past trauma and everything, but no one can understand him or take it in, and they just kind of give words for him, like how Phosphorus
Spoke for him.
just banters with him, spoke for him. So the bride just saying, yeah, just probably chasing squirrels, not knowing the significance of what's actually happening to him. And I
Mhm.
do kind of like that he's not tied up on their second trip, because their first trip he is bound to
Yeah.
his chair.
'Cause he
I.
has PTSD of storming the beaches. That didn't happen in the movie,
Yeah.
apparently.
Well,
Uh.
Mhm.
he can't swim.
Yeah.
Is that established in this one?
In episode 7, kind of.
It's established in the first episode where he says he had an episode in the water or something like that.
I thought it just said he survived Project Starfish and
Yeah, he should.
Corto Maltese, but being this kind of sidelined, we can't exactly take what was in that film as a direct to what this weasel did.
Oh yeah,
But
I thought they said he had an episode with water or something like that. I guess I might be
oh,
misremembering.
I may have missed that. But yeah, episode 7, when he kind of goes out into the pond, he does start frailing around.
Yeah,
He's not
that's
swimming.
what kills Nina. To be honest with you.
Yes, he did get Nina killed.
Which bonus points for Weasel.
Someone
While
doesn't like
Ryder
Nina.
didn't care for Frankenstein, I did not like Nina.
Yeah. I've seen Nina's. I don't necessarily personally like Nina, but I recognize her role as in the group more, or the
I
archetype
see.
of her role anyway.
Hmm.
Uh, Ryder, do you have any one last point of the episode?
Let's see. Oh boy, do I! Playing it a bit into the comedy, but I like that Rick can't get through to the princess to warn her. It's convenient later on that he can suddenly now reach her, but it's more humorous right now that he can't. And it
Yeah,
Yeah,
the not understanding English thing.
yeah, it's funny because it fits, but it makes the time where he just happens to get through to her more plot contrived, I guess.
convenient.
Yeah,
It's
more
also a
convenient.
little damaging with episode 7, because Rick is
Yeah,
constantly trying to call, and they're like, "Can't speak English, can't help you. Call back." But in episode 7, Amanda Waller can call directly to Sergey in one call and call it off.
yeah. It would be weird that Rick, the guy who was in charge of the previous mission, doesn't have that same number. Unless Sergey is Waller's man on the inside.
Not Waller's. Well,
No.
no, that would make sense, because they play it off with Bride's reasoning, unless that's skewed from her reasoning of why Sergey was at Belle Reve spying on them.
Yeah, he was the spy behind the truck.
Yep. That is all I got for
He
episode.
also beat them there,
He teleported.
so I don't know how that works.
Yeah,
They have flying knights. I'm sure they got something.
they're a very high tech society in Polistan. Pakistan. Sorry.
Yeah.
Um,
Best, I mean, what could possibly work is that it's focused on Alexei being there the night kind of around the Creature Commandos, and Sergey could have been on his own mission prior and sent out before them, because he doesn't kind of take place until after Alexei's dead.
mhm.
Hmm. Yeah, that very well could be.
Okay, well, with that, we'll go into episode 5, next episode, titled "The Iron Pot." the Eric Frankenstein episode. And
Yes, writer's favorite.
ooh, let us start with Crimson.
Okie dokie. We get introduced to a classic Batman villain, at least for me, Clayface. And when that happened, like, oh my gosh, Brinks must have been really happy when he saw this. Like, what a cool universe thing to introduce to this random creature, creature commandos squad, a Batman guy. Um, so that was pretty cool of a reveal. My
Interesting.
understanding of oh, interesting.
Well, do you know Dr. Phosphorus is a Batman villain?
No, but obviously
Okay.
in this show you see it. uh,
Okay.
yeah, I'm limited on my comic knowledge.
But yes,
Um,
Clayface, very cool.
yes,
And best guess is this is the Basil Carlyle Clayface,
and that's the actor one.
the actor one. Yeah.
Yeah, which is what I was going to bring up. Wasn't a fan that he was a poorly poorly done actor. He did a horrible job pretending to be the professor. If
I
he
guess
acted
so.
normal during
Yeah.
the class, Rick wouldn't have picked up. Look how weird this teacher is. What the heck? Um, if he was just trying to teach normal. You
Yeah.
know what the best thing about Themyscira? The lesbians. Like, what? Now that I know it's
Yeah. And
Clayface, like,
flirting
what?
with the student.
Yeah,
I guess you know what that could actually kind of lean. Maybe it's not Basil Carlyle. Maybe it's a
we
different
have,
Clayface, but
we
they
don't know.
don't say the name. They just say Clayface. But there's been like four different ones.
And we don't get any history on this one, so he might not be an actor. So I can't really connect it. That's just Clayface knowledge. But
That's true. What I
um,
do know is that
this guy is a bad actor.
This Clayface is not the one that is connected in Mike Flanagan's Clayface movie that got greenlit for DC.
Because he's toast.
Yeah,
Well, not
this
like
one's
if he
dead.
comes back kind of thing. Like this is not the same Clayface.
I do like how they got rid of him because Clayface not an easy type of villain. Like any liquid creature you come across can be a very difficult thing to defeat. And I feel like shocking it is a fair enough, even though Clay is Clayface actually Clay or is it just his name?
Um, it's mostly just his name. It's Clay because malleable, but he's made of. It's more like it's a toxic thing. Like you're not like a
It's some
human
sort of
touching
sludge.
Clayface.
It's not Clay.
Yes, he's not. It's not actual physical clay, but
It's
it
like
is some
electrical
kind of
current.
human biomat because he put like this experimental makeup on him, and that like biologically changed his whole physique into this.
Um, but yeah, using electricity to get rid of him with Frankenstein being, I guess, immune to electricity makes sense to me. So good
I
way
guess.
of getting
Yeah,
rid of him.
I just realized my example of what I said was also the Basil Carlyle version of Clayface.
Yeah, and we don't know the origin of this one, but that's all right. It's okay. I
There
don't
was another one
know how he
in
saw
the
them behind the couch.
in the Batman. What was it? The Batman cartoon, the 2004 one. Was it Renee Montoya? I can't remember, but her partner, who's Bruce Wayne's old friend, inhaled a Joker-fied toxin that turned him into Clayface. So I guess that's just another form of it. But
I know Montoya from the Batman Telltale game.
yeah, that's also Renee Montoya. I like the history. It doesn't really come up again, but I like the sake of the backstory of Eric's Frankenstein's story with the I wrote down her name, Bogdana, of explaining how he's like telling her like the beauty of the bride and how she's made and the beauty and like eyes are important to a blind woman, and she teaches him like close your eyes, can you still see her? That's what beauty is. I did kind of like that message.
I agree. Whether or not he really internalized it, I guess, can be debated. But the message I liked, yeah.
I agree with that. He's got some good liners in this episode when he's like talks about his like I'm still armed when she's poking fun at him. Like I'm still
Yeah,
holding a shotgun or whatever as a threat, and then they all
Oh,
laugh it off. There's definitely a few good one-liners in this.
yeah. That works because it's believably a threat with Eric. Like, yeah, he could just shoot her.
Yep.
He's not making it necessarily a full joke. Actually, I think the way he speaks, he never fully means full jokes.
no, he's like deadpan. He doesn't know he's funny.
Yeah.
Uh, is it plot armor that Rick survives this? Like, does Frankenstein have really any reason to drop him off at a hospital? Like, is there enough done there?
He did call him his best friend.
Yeah.
Rick didn't say that, but Frankenstein did. I think Frankenstein could do it. Whether or not Rick could have survived Clayface in the actual fight, or Frankenstein during that fight, I guess that could also be debated because they're pretty strong.
Yeah, what Clayface didn't do, which this show could have done with the brutality of just making Clayface go into the sockets and the
The
um
mouth, nose,
the
everything.
mouth, nose, ears, and just fill up a body and destroy it on the inside.
Yeah.
No,
It was
I
more just
mean, like,
suffocation kind of thing.
I'm more asking is like, would Frankenstein have succeeded in getting Rick to a hospital in time? Is kind of the essence of the question. Is because there's a there's a there's a part of me that thought Rick was actually dead here.
Yeah,
I was hoping he wasn't because I had the same thing. Like, ooh, he could be dead, but it doesn't feel like they built it like a strong like end for him. So
Yeah, and obviously
I was
they
more leaning
justify it
he's not
later that
dead. Just change.
they obviously justify it later that saying that Frankenstein is the one that dropped him off to the hospital. So and I'm fine with it. I'm just kind of making sure I'm okay with being fine with it. Is kind of the reason behind my questioning.
again, I think
Rick's
is a thing
got like
where it's a scene.
Punisher level durability.
Yeah, it's a scene that's not shown to show how it went,
Yeah, I
but
don't.
it is
Yeah,
believable enough in explanation that I think is fine. The only thing I find a little tricky is how does Frankenstein know where a hospital is? So there's probably him like asking strangers, which is probably easy if he's carrying,
yeah,
bleeding out Rick
yeah.
Flag, and they'd easily like point or tell.
Yeah, I don't need to see any of that. I think I just wanted to know if there was enough done for Frankenstein to want to take him to the hospital because he did that before going after his bride, which says a lot.
Yes, I think the whole T scene explains that. That Rick is someone he saw Rick as being the best type for the bride, or like being the right type, and being friends with Rick in a reasonable way with Eric's headspace of how it goes is he can get him to the bride. That's why when he's like talking to Waller on the phone, he's like, or who's he talking to on the phone? He's talking to Alexi on the phone. I forget who he's talking, but like Frankenstein's just constantly saying like, "Oh, tell the bride about me. Tell about us." Because I think Frankenstein just sees Rick this whole time as a way
To get
and
to
a
the
ploy
bride.
to get to the bride.
All right.
So if it's like, oh, we got to heal him, take care of him, he can get me where I need to go. He knows where the bride is.
Okay. Then yes, I think I'm fully on board with that explanation. Like I said, like I said, I didn't think there was anything wrong. I just wanted to have more solidified into the direction as to why Frankenstein wanted to help Rick.
Yeah,
Also points to Rick for just being a Chad instead of like saying like last words that would be like help me or something like that. He decides to help Frankenstein by trying to tell him like you just have to be honest with her.
Mhm.
So
yeah,
gives him a relationship advice on his deathbed, which I think speaks to Rick as like how much he values others people's lives above his, which
We
should
got a
speak
couple
to
good
his.
bros.
Yeah,
We got Phosphorus with the 30 seconds to a minute, and we got Rick, the dying words.
yeah, pretty good. What did I have? The little homage payoff that I'm gonna guess the two of you noticed of Clayface doing a Nightfall backbreaker
Oh
move
yeah.
onto Flag.
oh absolutely.
Now
In this,
Sprinks, usually that's something you would not like is something else ripping. Like that's a Bane move. That's not a Clayface move.
True. Um, it would make me upset, which is kind of thing with the Themyscira talk we had about with Cersei. It would make me upset if later Bane is introduced somewhere in this DCU and he pulls that move. This
So now you see it as a
universe,
Clayface.
yes, this universe is showing that this is Clayface doing it. Like this is the start of the DCU, and Clayface has done it.
It is now in
Yes, in the
this
comics
universe
and
at least a
homage to
Clayface move.
Bane, but it is the Clayface move in this. If they give it to another character later, if like Clayface can do it again, but if they give it, if he survived, but if they have like Bane introduced and he does it to Batman or this version of Batman, I'll be like, yes, that's to the comics, but in my head I'll be like, Creature Commandos came first, and that's shared world, and Clayface did it. So yeah, it'll be a nitpick for me then.
Okay.
But I do like the homage that they gave it to a Batman villain. Still,
Mhm.
Um,
another nitpick, which I'm sure we're all kind of experienced. Xboxes don't work like that.
I
Immediately
agree.
hopping into a game
Yeah,
instead of home screen.
Yeah, that was weird.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, I wish I had an Xbox like that. That would be fun.
He had a Series X.
I think he played a fake video on screen and was pretending to play.
Oh,
Well, he'd have to
he
go
was
to the
one of those
YouTube
fake he
app.
was one of those fake streamers that just
Oh, go Clayface, you.
yeah. All right, some quick bullet point stuff. It's really weird that Clayface didn't notice the obvious red pickup truck in front of the house when she pulls up. Um,
Or the crashed car in the tree.
or the crash
Oh
car in the
wait,
tree.
no,
No, that would
that's
be Rick's
not.
house. Yeah.
That's Rick's house. You're right,
So
not McPherson.
it would be it's right in front of her house, so it's a little weird. It's also weird that Rick and Frankenstein for some reason hide out in the bedroom, and then next time we see them is them going downstairs.
Why is that weird?
Yes.
Well, no,
I don't know
sorry.
why that second point is weird.
It's a little weird because just pacing wise, you don't really see like because they're obviously expecting them to come upstairs, and obviously when they don't, they go downstairs. It's just a weird thing for pacing.
Oh, okay, I see. The thing I guess I saw weird with that is that they hear McPherson arrive, so they try to hide, or Clayface arrive, but there's no lull moment of
Yeah,
Clayface gaming because they're on the stairs when they notice that happen.
yeah,
So they move out of the room and they're hiding positions while this McPherson is still walking around.
yeah. Once they heard the gaming, then I'd be fine with them moving out. It's a little. That's what I said. It's just oddly paced. It's very maybe weirdly edited. It's probably a better phrase, turn of phrase for it.
Okay.
Probably my biggest issue with, I think, this episode is Rick called um, the princess before Waller. Because you had the dead body, and he realizes it's all bogus, and then calls Alana.
And it just happens to get her this
And
time.
yeah, and I wrote down, why isn't this for Waller? This is stupid. This is plot crap. This is
Yeah, I
horrible.
completely agreed. He would have called Waller first to try and talk them out of the mission by
To
doing
cancel the
this.
mission.
Yeah,
Or to say, come over to McPherson, she's dead. Let's investigate. Call off the mission. It's just so simple.
granted, in that
Interesting.
in that universe, obviously the princess would have conquered the world because they wouldn't have gone there and she would have lived. Uh, but they would have had they just have to work harder for that ending. Is all you have to do.
Things started interesting, so there's got to be
Yeah,
some crazy theory going on here.
not crazy. Just him calling the princess first, I think is fine because it's this whole time him driving and trying to contact her. The coincidence is this one do think is bad is that immediately afterwards he doesn't call Waller because it's not like his phone got destroyed or anything. He's annoyed at Frankenstein, but it's fine to me because his headspace is to protect Alana that he calls her first, but not calling Amanda afterwards.
Yeah,
Is
Calling
where I see the
Amanda
issue.
would protect her. And right now, the mission just got sent out, so they wouldn't be there yet. They'd still be en route.
despite what this show would have
Um,
you believe in travel time being instant.
Yeah, no.
yeah, calling Waller, saving the princess.
But Amanda Waller is another step to get to the same way that Rick's doing. Like calling Amanda is then Amanda calling either the Commandos or calling Sergey, which is what she kind of does at the end, to then get to Alana. So it's just adding more time to it.
Well, I mean, what you would do, and what the only thing you have to change in this scene is just have her call Waller right afterwards. Like I'm fine with her calling the princess first, but when it doesn't get, like say he doesn't get through, he should immediately call Waller now because he has the evidence he needs. You need both. Like
That's
so,
what I said.
yeah.
I think Waller should be first. I'm
I
fine
don't,
with him calling her, but
yeah,
Waller should be primary.
I don't have an issue with the order. Really, my issue is that he just called one. That's my biggest issue. I could see your
Yeah,
point,
he's upset
Crimson.
against Waller.
I can see your point, Crimson, but he is likes the princess enough to and worries about her enough to want to call her first. That checks out for me as a fine excuse for her to want to call her first. It's just convenient
I
that she answered this time.
I don't know if they really. It's a weird scene in this episode at the beginning of a reiteration of scenes or reusal. They're kind of different angles, but it just redoes a scene of showing Eric killing Victor from episode 2, talking to the bride, and then it also shows um, Flag recalling Alana in the car. Like it's just reused from before, and I don't know if that's like a reminder for the audience or a connection between Eric and Flag in some way. There's something of the purpose of that I don't grasp that could be playing into this phone call to Alana after seeing the dead body of McPherson.
Um, all right, Ryder, do you want to respond?
I don't have one. I'm just I'm trying to take what you said, and I'm just it could play into the you're talking about reusing footage, right?
Yeah, they reused 2 scenes, one from Satu and one I think from the prior episode of both Eric and Flag, and I don't know if their purpose is to connect the 2 characters in those 2 scenes about them, kind of like a reminder or recap to the audience to watch, um, or if it's something more to convey in this current episode of that. I just couldn't really understand the purpose of using it.
Yeah, my guess is just in this case, my guess would be they're just trying to remind the audience of that it's already happened. Unless you mean like they are reusing footage like just because of budget cuts kind of thing.
No, no, no,
Mm,
no, not because of budget. It's not memory of that, but it's like we've seen in episode 2 when the bride comes with lemonade for Victor, and Eric's talking about how the reasons behind him killing Victor are on the kind of gurney thing. It reuses that of the bride coming up with the lemonade, and like we've already
Oh,
seen all this.
yeah, because
It's like
we're I see what you mean. Yeah, we're doing that because we've seen it, so like we're settling for the scene again before we switch to Eric's perspective.
okay.
Because we're obviously gonna fall. It's something familiar to lull the audience in, and then we switch perspective. It's kind of what's the best way to describe this?
Well, it's just interesting that I know being Eric's episode, but that's not like the first thing to use. It's later. It's after the main credits.
Yeah. So my example for this is like there are POV chapters in books because I don't really have one off the top of my head for shows and stuff like that yet. But there are shows where, or there are books where like the chapter ends with a particular character saying something from that character's perspective. And then when you switch to the next POV chapter, or you're continuing a POV chapter later on of the other person that person was talking to, you start with that line to let the audience know, oh, you're bringing us right back to this scene. Does that make sense?
I think so.
Yeah.
In the context of what you're saying, yes. I just don't. Again, I don't understand the use of it here, and the best interpretation I have is to connect Flag and Eric, but I don't see the connection of the 2 scenes. Other
could
than
just be
it's
Rick's mindset, I
maybe it's the
guess.
people they care about. Eric cares about the bride. Or Flag cares about Alana.
Is this happening during? Does this happen during the phone call scene?
It's no before it.
Pretty early.
Okay, so yeah, it is the when we follow his first flashback then. Like from when he catches on fire and floats down the river, right?
Nope, not connected to that.
Then I have no clue what we're talking about.
Okay. I don't know how else to build. I'll try. If someone else takes a point, I'll try to find the timestamp of it.
I know what you're talking about. I don't think. Oh, no, I'm with you. I don't fully understand the reason behind it. So I guess is my stance on it. I guess a point. Alexei takes an alternate route because suspicions, or he gets
He
called, being
I
told,
I like that he's just
and
buying time.
yeah. Well, if the car's broken down, you want me to break the car? Yeah. Um, and did he die in this one, or is it the next episode? He
He dies
dies
in
in
this
this
one.
one. Yeah, he dies.
Yeah,
And
Phosphorus sticks his hand through it.
Phosphorus is talking about how he actually liked that guy. And yeah, this is a great example of what Springs was saying about just the stormtrooper aim to 11 when they're completely
Yep.
surrounded. Helicopters,
They're in what
flying
we like to
knights.
call a kill
There's
box.
cars. Yeah, they're in a no-win scenario right now, and they all get out scot free. I mean, you have a weasel man who has no real mobility other than just running. You have a phosphorus man that has some form of durability, I guess. He can block bullets at least,
And he can melt through tanks.
which was cool.
That was
That
a
was pretty
badass
cool.
scene.
That was very cool. He just
Yeah,
T-posed and just
middle
let the
fingers and everything.
Yeah, and it makes
Yeah.
sense that he removed his clothes if he's gonna heat up his entire body to go through it. Otherwise, he'd come out naked.
Or his clothes would get stuck on the tank because we don't understand his powers. His clothes wouldn't go through the tank.
No, but if
Um,
he's heating up his whole body to go through the metal, it's gonna burn the clothes off of him.
well, unless he just points parts of his body to melt through the tank.
What?
Like if he
I'm not
partially
understanding.
opened his shirt and just showed his belly and only heated up his belly, then that would cut through. He wouldn't have to take the shirt off his back or something like that,
Hang
or
on.
his
If
coat
he's using his belly to heat up, and the tank's coming at him, where's his arms going?
forward, like
Like
he did.
in like T pose or like in front of his belly?
He didn't T-pose. He stuck his arms forward, flipping them off.
Yeah. Okay. You're right. Yes.
he T-posed at the end when the tank.
Yes. So like that, like arms forward.
Yeah.
Okay. In
So
your
his
example of heating
palms
his
would
belly
need
with
to be
that,
heated, and his belly, so he goes through. Yeah.
okay. His
His pants
torso,
wouldn't.
like
Yeah.
his face and torso, is gonna get hit by tank and be hit.
Well, he could control his face too. I mean, you're the one that was talking about his controlling his body. So I'm just trying to make it work for you here. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going. You're giving me points of his hands, his belly, his face. So then you got portions of, I guess,
I don't have
if you want to go
pants.
with his legs,
You'd have to take the pants off.
okay, pants off. I'm just going with his whole body heating. He can pass through anything because
I mean,
every
technically, just the
aspect of
front of
what's
his
hitting him
body.
goes through. Yeah, but if it's covered and the covering he can't heat, then whatever solid materials hitting that won't go through him. It'll hit that.
Hmm.
That's what I'm getting at with your example. So when he if he gets hit by the tank will have a face and hands and a belly in it, but the rest of it is still going to hit wherever his clothes are.
Well, it's going around the side of him or melting in front of him. It doesn't. He doesn't phase through it. He's causing a hole.
All right, I want MythBusters on this.
I would love for them to
This is
figure
not
out
what you're
the
envisioning
science
and what
behind
I'm
the
envisioning
character.
are not the same thing, and I'm trying to get
Probably
at.
not.
Yeah, to me, there is a reason
We'll
why he
see.
gets naked.
Uh, I don't really have anything else to add.
Okay, cool. Um, I looked it up. The timestamp is like at the 3 it's right after the main theme at like 2:45. It just redoes the killing Victor in the fire, and then transition of Victor's face in the fire to him drinking out of a straw. And it's a transitional piece into my notes had it run a transitional piece into Rick back on the phone, but that scene is reiterating what we've already seen of Frankenstein.
Yeah.
I think it's
Like
again.
I said, I didn't really know why.
I'm pretty sure it's just supposed to tell you that it's gonna be Frankenstein's episode. That's that's it. I don't
Okay,
think it has any other reason than that. And again, I do think he's the weakest of all the characters, despite how much I enjoy his banter.
okay. In that regard, I find it weak and um, not an issue, but nitpicky in
Yeah,
footage or animation to
it's just
use.
it's just a weak thing to use. Yeah, I agree with that.
Poor Gypsy.
Who?
Oh, Bogdana.
Yeah.
Yeah, getting bashed in the head.
Yeah, that was cynical and a little kind of clever of Eric going around the house picking up items to see what would be the best, like what's going to have the weight.
He could use the shotgun. He could use it. I mean, he's probably strong enough to use his own fist. But yeah,
He did. He took out the people in the plane, just lifts them
yeah,
up and pops their heads.
he crushes the head with just squeezing his hand. Well,
Maybe he didn't want her to suffer. Kind of take her out with one hit, but
what happened to the dog?
Yeah, I followed him.
Ivan followed him. Don't
But
know
we
to
never
what
see it.
end.
Well, I
Yeah,
mean, it's been like 200
Oh,
years, so I imagine the dog
yeah,
passed
it's
away.
1831 roughly
oh,
when his
yeah,
backstory's taking place.
I'm gonna
that's
imagine the
right.
dog passed away.
That's right.
You disappointed by the lack of Ivan?
No, I forgot about the time gap there.
um,
Trying
I'm
to
out
figure
on
out
this
what this
episode.
yeah, I'm trying to figure out what this note I have in my notes says is the weapons aren't the issue if the bride can land. Oh, got it.
Oh, her skills of
Yeah, she takes
shooting.
the knight's gun and headshots them all. And I went, okay,
Yeah,
it's not an issue on the weaponry. It's an issue of the knight's aiming.
no, like I said earlier, skill sets. I think she just turns on God mode. This was the one I was hinting at. Like it's exemplified her skills. And just saying she's 250 isn't good enough to me. It
no,
needs.
no, no. See,
I
I
could
know.
be 250, and I don't know how to write a letter very well or something. I mean, it doesn't.
No,
Not a
so
good
you
enough
misunderstood
answer.
what I was saying. I'm fine with her having combat training at a certain point. This is just being a Mary Sue. There's a difference. Like this goes beyond combat training. Like, if she was missing half her shots, but she still landed a fair amount of them, then this would be a fine scene.
Yeah,
But
but
she
she
nails
turns into
every single
Deadshot
one. Yeah,
Yeah,
and a
especially
bullseye.
for a weapon she hasn't used before.
yeah, exactly. All the more reason why. So there's a distinction there. I think I'm like I said, I'm fine with her being well trained and having good combat effectiveness. This is again crossing the line a bit into Mary Sue.
Yeah, she's not Floyd Lawton.
Yeah, no Will Smith.
There we go. Bad connection, but yeah.
Same character, bad connection. um,
All right. Well, something, writer? Are we going to the next?
no, I think we can go on to the next.
All right. Going into episode 6, Prietel Skelet. Let us start. You know what? I'll start off with this one. With a recognizable voice of Benjamin Brian Davis as Rupert
I
Thorne.
knew you were gonna say that. I have no idea.
Yeah,
Who was that?
nope, you didn't know Crimson. And writer, I don't think you would know either. Benjamin Brian Davis is the voice of uh, why am I but Dutch Vanderlyn from Red Dead Redemption 2, one of my favorite games.
You know him for anything else?
He's done voice work in a couple other things, but that's kind of the main thing.
Hmm, okay. Well, I guess that was fun for you then.
Yeah, as well as this episode also had I don't know how to pronounce her name correctly, but Sharia Doshlu Dashlu, who played the main madam of the brothel.
Yeah, that's she's got probably
Such a
the most
distinctive voice.
iconic female voice to me. Like she's so distinct.
It's very raspy.
You can tell in like in Arcane, Punisher, you just know her
Destiny.
voice.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I like her live action stuff too. She's a very talented actress.
Oh, like X-Men: The Last Stand?
No, I was thinking The Expanse, or Star Trek Beyond. You know, good stuff.
Ah,
Good stuff. Alright. Um, so we've had the Hagrid problem before, but have
saw
we
this
had
coming.
the Doctor Phosphorus problem?
Saw this coming.
I'm ready.
Well, we have Doctor Phosphorus whistling the theme song, and then it goes into the theme song, which was our complaint with Hagrid. You, mostly your guys' complaints, but Hagrid playing the Harry Potter theme in the movie.
Yes. Which again, if covered the movie, that's a point against the movie, not the character.
uh, yeah, it's not an objective issue for me to be clear.
But Crimson,
um,
you're correct. However, there's a slight explanation to this.
Okay.
That it's still that nitpicky thing, but it has a somewhat explanation that I think can work, which is this world has that music of that. If I didn't actually fact check this, so if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But they have the cameo in the second episode of the musician who does the music for the show in the world.
oh, like kind of like how Imagine Dragons is in Arcane.
Yeah, like his music is existent in this world. So there's a possibility that Phosphorus has heard the song before, and that's what's whistling it.
You can
As
argue
to
that for Hagrid, that Hagrid heard that in universe and now he plays it. It's the
I
same
mean,
thing.
there are a couple times in the Harry Potter movies, at least the earlier ones, where we cut from the theme song to like the orchestra playing the song live for no live performance. Like I think I remember that one from Prisoner of Azkaban the most.
Horrible, terrible, horrible,
Yeah.
terrible.
something wicked this way comes, the frog choir.
Something if this way comes. Yeah, because you have the music before the introduction of the scene. I think is what writer was saying.
It's like it is technically John Williams' score still, but so it's not
Huh.
And
impossible.
silence
It's
all
Just
the critics.
no, I'm just saying that's like a point covering that film. I'd have to say, but
You don't remember the intro to that song?
I remember it. I just think it's a transitional usage from my memory.
I mean, it pretty much is. But so was this.
Yeah, this is
Transitioned
also a
into the
transitional
theme.
usage, but this is backwards then of that example.
Yeah, it would be the inverse.
So I find it believable of a possible. Again, this show has like the fact of a believability, but nothing like set in stone. Like it's that gray void of like it could not be. So like I can see it being Phosphorus knows this song in this world, but there's nothing prior to him listening to this music or knowing it.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think the I guess if I were to add setup to this, just have him humming every now and again in the background, just random stuff. So when he ends up
Yeah,
humming the theme song at some point, it feels, I guess,
because
less forced.
the one thing they throw in is him dancing, which to music, but I don't think that's strong enough of a connection.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love it when my characters break into song. It's one of my favorite things.
Yes, but when they break it into appropriate song,
Yeah.
um, I'll say it before anyone tackles it. Gotham City, good to be back, and also another stylization choice to give it a green skew over it to make it look mucky
Oh yeah, I
and
knew it was in
gross,
Gotham the second I saw the city. I'm like, ah, we're back. Just
yeah,
because Gotham
but
is so,
also
it's
give it
Gotham.
the
Sorry.
green tint for phosphorus. Just like a nice connection.
Yeah, Gotham has such a distinctive gothic look to it that you can every time we cut to Gotham City, usually in a film or show, I feel pretty confident knowing that it's Gotham because they do such a good job of making Gotham itself a character.
Yeah, murky, slimy, and gargoyles on buildings.
Yep.
Um, Another transition I like in this is the word skull of I forget who says it, but it's like get it through your skull
That's
of in the
the
back of the
mob
van.
guy.
Yeah, Rupert Thorne says it,
Bullhorn, yeah.
and it cuts then to Phosphorus's skull in present day.
Mm. Yep, I picked up on that one. Uh, Something we touched on Dr. Phosphorus being constantly glowy, um, and I kind of think it kind of an issue that pops up twice in the season. I think one being here where he's hiding in the bushes, and like, uh, glowing,
Yeah, that doesn't help
glowing,
you, my guy.
please.
Yeah,
They
when
didn't
he's
show it.
behind the alleyway and there's no light
There's no
caused on the
light coming out
ground
of
or
the
anything.
bush. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, so incongruent on that one. And then the other one's on episode 7. So I'll also say later.
He can't sneak
Uh,
around in the dark. Is what we're trying to say.
he
Also
shouldn't.
true.
No.
Stick out, especially with an enemy force that can fly and just see. Oh, look, there's a glowing thing on the ground.
Yeah.
uh,
I found something interesting, a little odd, is Nina and the bride hide in the brothel in the can, and two guards come in, and the guards are speaking in Pokalistan-ese or whatever. They're speaking in their language, and the woman or the French woman in there speaks back to him in English, and I thought that was so like um what's the word I'm looking for? Not sketchy, but um oh gosh,
Immersion
what's the word?
breaking.
No, no,
Um,
um suspicious. So suspicious that your military is looking for Americans and you speak English to them and not in the language of your place when they're showing that there is this language that they speak and show you subtitles for. And it's not like the thing where it's like, oh, they're speaking their language, but they're just going to say English to the audience. It's like, why not give them to speak back in their language and give subtitles for that whole interaction? Because saying English when looking for Americans, I feel like is very suspicious.
um, I disagree with you saying suspicious, but I do agree that it's odd that she would respond in English.
I yes, yes is my answer, I guess. um, it's convenient that Nina and Bride just happen to run into each other. Even
Yeah.
I know they were separated and searching each other, but it's convenient that they found each other and ran into each other.
Well, they split up during the day and then found each other at night, so that's a lot of time to have gone further away from each other.
Yeah. Uh,
Or closer, or
Again,
both.
convenient for the
Yeah.
plot.
There's a lot more area that's further away from each other than there is area closer
All
to
you
each
need to
other.
do is have they're the only the two of them are the only ones with working communication devices. Fixes the issue because everyone else ends at the castle at their own volition.
Or better yet, one of them has a communication device and Weasel's the only one that responds. That
That would be well. That's that
That'd be a
again.
joke.
That doesn't fix the community's problem
would
for
be jokey.
this, but
No.
No. No, but it'd be a
I
funny
definitely
little
think it's
gag.
that
convenient,
would be a
but
funny
it's not.
gag though.
They don't have full reign to leave. They're constantly being like turning corners because of guards. So it does kind
Um,
of play into like going down one alley, which would take them away from each other, and there's a guard down there, so they got to kind of like half turn sideways, which
To another
isn't
alley, which
taking
could
them
get them further
further.
away.
Yeah, and if it's through the course of the night or the day to the night, then the randomness of encounters of going around alleys to hide, I think, leads into the believability of them getting together.
no,
What?
no.
Why? What? Uh, That's a lot of reading into any
I'm,
numerous
I'm imagining
possibilities
it.
of routes they could have
Yeah,
taken.
I'm imagining it like a Pac-Man board, kind of like the knights are the ghosts.
But you don't know where the ghosts are. You're assuming the
I
the
know.
ghosts are on
That's
every route, pointing them back to the
no, that's
middle.
what I'm saying. No, the knights aren't pointing them back to the exact center and like, um,
They're pointing them back to
um,
each other, is what you're saying.
no, Crimson, that's not what I'm exactly saying. It's not 100% to that, or gosh, I can't figure out the word. When there's a circle of people and they all move in on one target and they're moving the targets closer together to a
Focused.
center, not that. It's the guards are looking all over this area where they are, and Nina's running down like north, and there's a guard down there, and she then has to turn west or east so she doesn't go south from where she came from. But by turning that, she's not getting further to the north if the bride's in the south, but she's not getting closer to the south. And if they're doing that for over hours, there's a bigger understanding that this random pattern of alleyways that they're running and changing because of the knights in various directions, because no one sees them and loses them and sees them and loses them again and again, that they would meet up. That's what I'm getting at.
A grid search. I think what you're talking about.
Yeah, sure. I don't know the right terminology. So I do believe it is a coincidence, but I don't find it unbelievable.
It's not impossible.
Yeah, no, I. It's not impossible. It's just convenient. I said the quick fix is just give them radios because they're the only two. Like Dr. Foster's, you can his could have burnt off during the when the tank rolled over his clothes or broke during that,
Could be, yeah.
and obviously the thing wouldn't have one. As much as I would appreciate the gag, so that's the only that would just be my only note to fix this. So it's not convenient that they ended up here together. They were still going under grid by grid search, but they coordinated to find each other.
Okay, sure. Could have aided in that.
This episode probably has my biggest disappointment, I think, and
Oh,
that's killing Rupert Thorne off screen. They didn't give Phosphorus a scene of killing him, but they showed him killing
We
all of the
definitely
goons.
montage through it.
He enters the house, and then it cuts to a news report of saying Thorne, his wife, and kids have been killed. I'm like, what? We we cut the death? Why did we cut the death?
trying to think how dark that would have been.
I mean,
Doesn't he? It doesn't have to show killing the kids, but it can show
Well, no,
him.
but him killing the father in front of the kids.
pretty sure we see that for every
They show
Batman
dead
movie.
kids in this show.
They do
The
more than
kids
once.
weasels with are dead. Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean
but they're
they're not against hiding killing kids.
you're right. Well, like Weasel is the one where the kid's actually like bleeding out and dies. Phosphorus's kid is already dead. I'm just like they're already like dead at a point. It's not killing them. Mm, you could even go with like Nina suffocating. It's kind of killing a kid, but
Oh yeah, and you
I
can
just
just
don't know what line you can cross in animation, kind of thing.
you don't have to show him killing the kids. You could have them already
Well,
dead, and you have
Doesn't the news just say that the
Rupert looking at
businessman?
him.
Did they just say that the businessman died in the news? Like they don't say anything else, or did they
I think
specify
him and
that
his
No, it
family.
him and his family?
yeah
Okay,
him.
yeah. All
Yeah,
you have to do is kill the dad, and then you can show him looking at the family and walk towards them, and then we cut away to the handby fanciful music of him just murdering everybody and taking over the mob.
or the kids and the wife are already dead, and Rupert Thorne is looking at him just like Phosphorus did with his family. And he's like, "Now you know how I feel." And then we see him ruthlessly murder him.
Yeah, I think that works. It is a
So
bit of
it
a
was weird that they killed the main bad guy to his story off screen. Meanwhile, all these random goons get vicious deaths.
yeah. It would also add.
Like okay,
It
yeah,
would.
but he's also I was gonna
Sorry.
say the goons are also alone.
Yeah. It would add to the tension of him having dinner with the kid, knowing that he is capable of killing children.
Yeah, but then
So
the news report kind of tells you that. Doesn't show it, but tells you.
Yeah, I think they did a good job building it with that because I did have that mindset of oh he might actually kill this little girl.
yeah,
Ryder, I don't know how familiar you are with it, but Crimson, it did remind me of the Garland Green scene in Con Air with the girl with the tea party.
Yeah, got the whole world in my hands.
Yeah.
Similar, yeah, similar kind of vibes.
But you
Not as
know what
eerie.
this person's capable of, but you don't know what they're gonna do.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I think that's the very fair thing to read in for at least what they're trying to do with Phosphorus in this scene when he's eating across from the kid.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is also weird that they undercut his story just a little bit by not showing him kill the villain of his story. Uh,
Yeah. No, I can see that. Um, I think this episode out of all of them is the tightest written one.
Any particular reason?
The explanation to why Dr. Phosphorus does what he does to cure cancer is 3-4 lines, and I think it explains his whole motive. And so small. And then also the reason why he's not giving exact details to the regime that Rupert Thorne's asking for, also real tight and small, but it
you mean the
explains it all.
flashbacks are the tightest written? I'd agree with that.
Yeah, to him. Like my father died from cancer, your mother died from cancer. I'm trying to cure cancer, but not like that bland in explaining it. And then also like my wife survived a regime
Yeah, it's very
to not
efficient
aid a
getting
regime.
across all
It's
this information for him.
yeah.
Meanwhile, the thing is playing with wolves.
I
Yeah.
know you're connecting the Thane to Weasel, but every time I hear the Thane, I think of Ben Grimm. I'm like, that it's not him.
Is it? Don't they call him the thing?
What is this weasel?
Weasel.
Where? Maybe I'm connecting something that I'm not supposed to be.
Oh, I thought you were just saying that in ease of remembering. Oh, it's just the thing, the animal.
I
Well,
mean,
they
I mean,
say it
it is
in
the
the Chasing
thing.
Squirrels episode. It's like, this man, John Doe, this man flags like, it's not a man. It's like, well, we don't know what this thing is or something like that. I think
Maybe
it said
that's where I
there.
got it from and carried it forward. Because I remember thinking that they just called him the thing, but because I don't really ever hear them call him Weasel beyond like the first episode, maybe.
Oh, I'm like episode 9. Nina is constantly calling Weasel to like shut up, to not run out there.
Did you? You said episode 9.
Oops,
That's
episode 7.
7.
9
Okay.
doesn't exist.
Not yet.
Ooh, you're right.
They'll do 2 specials.
Oh no, be careful.
Like Velma.
Careful. Risky territory. Yeah, where's the
Indeed.
Creature Commando Christmas special?
There you go. Santa's
Is
a
Kevin,
meta-human.
is Kevin Bacon in that one?
I think they'd kill Santa Claus. That would be the joke.
Well, Santa Claus is an existing character in DC Comics.
Yeah.
That I know. Ryder, you for a point.
Yes. Again, I'll touch on the Dr. Foster's stuff specifically. The when he's about to be shoved in the chamber, I like how the people he's talking, Rupert Thorne, are always like they're always turning what he says against him. Like it's a part of a tactic. As far as I'm concerned, like he's like, oh man, blaming your dead wife. Like they just immediately just turn like what his excuses are onto him, just in like the most grim way possible, and that lends to his backstory being one of the tightest written because they have to get out a lot of information and a lot of feelings very quickly.
In like 22 minutes, yeah.
Yeah.
They're a little joke kind of thing. It's real quick, but the guy in the grocery store who gets his neck melted off grabs a box of crispy bone cereal, and on the box says "absolutely dying for this cereal."
That's
Oh,
that's a
And
deep
I'm like,
cut.
yeah, the guy did.
That's funny.
yeah, literally.
It's weird
Alright,
that
yeah,
people were
that's
running
one
out
of them,
screaming until he started killing somebody. But then again, it is Gotham City. They might be used to that.
Yeah,
perhaps.
it's also pretty cool just knowing for the future that whoever they cast for Batman, I think the Brave and the Bold is the one they're doing for the DCU. That Batman has gone or like in this world has gone against Clayface and Dr. Phosphorus.
Uh,
Like just finally a live action aspect of Batman against these more supernatural being villains. Which I guess the closest you could say was Batman and Robin with George Clooney against Mr. Freeze and Poison Ivy.
Well, I mean, my pick for that would unfortunately be for Zack Snyder. I'm pretty sure he beat the shit out of Superman. For better or for
He's an
worse.
alien, though. He's not.
I guess.
He's not.
Not a meta human, I guess, but he beat Superman. That's
Yeah.
So we've seen that before. We just haven't seen it done well before, is what I would say. Outside of uh, yeah, I don't think we've seen it like we haven't really seen a good modern
None.
take on
Yeah,
that.
I'm like none of the Nolans are, none of the Keaton, not Kilmer.
Yeah,
None of those really have that supernatural character.
yeah. The closest we get is Ra's al Ghul, but Ra's al Ghul doesn't even have the Lazarus Pit in the Nolans. It's more
No.
of like the mythology of him that haunts Batman.
Yeah, the title, and it's like, oh, I just survived.
Yeah, which is cool. It's a great twist, but I agree. We don't really have a lot of Batman going up against like people with powers.
Yeah.
Where was Batman in Suicide Squad against Enchantress? Where
Oh,
was
he
he?
was
Oh,
on top of Joker's car, remember? And they
yeah.
crash in the water.
And he also gave
Exactly.
Pulled
Harley
Harley
mouth to
out.
mouth because
It's established he's in the movie, so where
He
was
doesn't
it?
kill. Doesn't kill. He uses guns in his nightmares, but he doesn't kill.
no, he does. You need to watch Batman vs Superman.
He only uses his tank to crush people and
He
blow up
You know
kills
what,
cars.
Ryder?
so many people in Batman vs
You know what,
Superman.
Ryder? I don't think I will.
Yeah.
Yes, thank
I don't think
God.
I
One
will.
less thing we have to cover on the podcast.
I don't need to see Lex Luthor show. Hey, whoa, and I'm not saying that.
Well, you'd have to watch it then. So,
Oh, I'd watch it for that.
well then,
I'm just not out of my free will being out of myself for like to spend time
yeah,
watching
exactly.
that movie. No,
I'm not. I would never do it again either.
but for the pod, dude, I'll do it for the pod. That's what the people want. But also this Batman, just like the quick lightning shot of him. This is a big Batman.
He's a bulky one.
Yeah.
He is
Yeah.
built
Yeah. He's
like a
bulky.
brick house.
Yeah. And then kind of
I
look at my notes again. These backstories are very like so compact that you can say it in a couple minutes.
I, so something that bugged me is Waller is established to have a pretty big arsenal of hero or like mutants or metahumans, what have you.
and you
And
typically she has a direct line to Batman. So
well, not established in this universe yet, I guess.
I,
That's true.
that's true. We've moved
But
on, but still.
we know they have classifications for characters, like with what was the guy with the cast on his legs name, like Frank or something?
John.
John. Yeah, I was like, it's a generic name. John. He talking about classifications of characters, powers, and stuff. I'm like, so you're telling me because Amanda Waller brings up like mind reading when talking about Cersei and the clairvoyance thing. I'm like, okay, I could totally believe Waller has a mind reader somewhere in her arsenal. Why can't she use that on um, Flag, Rick Flag, when he's in the coma? Because this is World War III. This is a big threat, and waiting on someone for a coma is doesn't seem like her deal. She would be proactive and using any asset she has.
Yeah, she might not have it, but she might know of someone who does, but doesn't have the connections to get them or the trust. Trying to think of a
Usually,
DC character who could do that.
the only benefit this has is this is, I'm guessing, a fairly early on in the DC universe Amanda Waller. The later we get in the franchise, the more I would be on your side, Crimson. But they benefit a lot from this being the big
Plain
entry.
slating.
Yeah.
I mean, we know she has had a Suicide Squad, at least one, because that's how she got
Yeah.
banned from using
Project
humans.
Starfish happened here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who was on
So
it? Don't know. But
So it's not like this is her first mission or she's like a rookie. She's an established character. They have classifications. So I could totally believe something.
Crimson, can you
They,
name me a DC
no,
character you can
they
read
could
minds?
make an original character. It doesn't really have to be
Oh,
a reference.
I guess they could. Trying to think. I'm like, I can't really think of anyone.
I mean,
Is there a single Justice League member who can?
Superman.
He can read minds?
Unfortunately, yes. I don't like
I
that they
didn't know
gave him
that was
that
his
power,
power.
but he can.
Oh, Is that like one of those special kryptonite things, like a pink kryptonite or white
No,
kryptonite or
he
something
there
that
there
allows
there
him?
are times where Superman just straight up reads Batman's mind to figure out his identity. It happens. It happened in a few animated movies, and it happens in
Oh,
uh yeah,
because I remember something where Superman just like X-ray visions Batman's cowl off, just sees Bruce Wayne.
yeah. There that he does that too. But yeah, they given him the ability to read minds before. It bothered me when
Oh,
they did. Um,
well, in that case, Crimson, maybe Waller can call Superman.
there are a few characters that would have the power, like Martian Manhunter. I think can read minds. He's a telepath.
That
I
was
just looked it
yeah, that
up.
was the one I was questioning. John Jones can
Yeah.
read
Martian
minds.
Manhunter, Saturn Girl. I don't know who that
Not
is.
familiar with Saturn Girl.
Uh,
Yeah.
like I said, it's we don't know the superhero cast in this universe. That could this could potentially be something that gets worse the further along we get. When we establish, oh, like this happened before Creature Commandos, this happened
Ooh,
after.
could Twilight it?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Um, for now, I'm okay with it. It feels like she would be more proactive instead of sitting at Rick's bedside anyway. Like she's like, as soon as he wakes, call me, that sort of thing. But obviously, they want him to pass right back out after he says McPherson is not McPherson.
I'm glad he got
Yeah.
straight to the point and
Yeah,
wasn't just blabbering.
thank
Where
God.
am I? What's going on?
I would have
Is the
been
princess okay?
so angry if that happened because that's such a tropey writer thing that ticks me off sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It it helps with Flag of I mean, when he was dying in the arms of Frankenstein, just telling him like, "Hey, tell the bride the truth." Like nothing about himself. So very he's not always thinking the mission is main priority, but he's always trying to help
Yeah,
others.
he's doing what he thinks is right all the time, and that's one of the things I like about them not really compromising on him as a character because that's what Rick Flag is supposed to be generally. Uh,
Last thing I have in my notes, other than like Phosphorus missed his kid so much that he's playing with someone else's kid, is a James Gunn special of the slow mo hero walk.
Yeah, I had a feeling
again,
you're gonna bring that up. Convenient they all found each other at the same time. But yeah, we got the slow mo walk.
uh,
Is it how would you rank its ranks on Guns team walks?
Oh, well, I don't remember Scooby Doo ever having a slow mo team walk. Um, the Suicide Squad one in the 2001 movie coming out of the rain is okay, but you only see like half the team the time until they're all in frame and in you can tell, and then it's very short.
Yeah.
I do like the Guardians one going down the Milano, and they're all coming out in their outfits. The Guardians 3 one with No Sleep Till Brooklyn sounds fine. Forget the one in the second movie.
Oh, I'm just thinking of their posing at the end with like Ego, and then Mantis gets hit in the head. I don't think there's a walk. I think there's just the
Oh, just
pose,
the pose. Yeah,
the team
you know what?
pose.
Don't like the pose. It's like they're taking a photo and there's no person to take the photo.
True.
I
That's
think
the movie moment thing. Don't like that one.
yeah, I think funny enough, the only pose that I one of the few poses that actually works in the MCU is actually the Avengers pose.
Oh,
Oh, the
like
360 spin?
surveying,
Yeah,
surveying, surveying the area.
three
Yeah.
sixty
Oh
one
yeah.
because that one works because they're surrounded one and also they also need to break down the plan.
Nope, I agree. One that is a pivotal movie moment that I've learned, like I'm like fully agreed with, is when Andrew Garfield comes out of his portal in No Way Home and like stops and breathes and pauses before talking. I'm like, that is full on movie moment.
The audience go, "Oh my gosh!"
Yeah, and clap.
Yeah,
Clap, seals, clap.
seals. I will since we kind of skipped over it. I quite like Nina and the bride's interactions this whole episode. And I quite enjoy the bride just brutally ripping somebody's heart out and just holding it in front of them.
Oh, Kali Mod.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's pretty good. I appreciated that. And and it's an interesting thing to think about it. How
I'm
like,
never
just go on.
finish your thought.
Okay, it's an interesting thing to kind of introduce like being a meta is so normalized in this world that like they're just people on the lower end are just straight up going to brothels. It's an interesting concept you don't really see much. Um, again, this will be points in favor of the world building if they keep stuff like that up going forward in the DCU. But for now, it's just an interesting footnote.
Yeah. Um, yeah, let's see Superman and Crypto go into a brothel.
I don't
Oh,
need to see
yeah.
that,
Uh,
but
I don't know about that. But Guy Gardner, maybe.
Yeah. Uh, no, the brothel scene exemplifies a thing that bugs me a lot in movies and shows, and it's the over the top drunkard douchebag.
oh yeah, like that. I agree.
It
That
always bugs me because there's so few people in real life like that, but they have to heighten it for the movies and shows to just be like, there's zero redeeming properties of these people, absolute dirt, crime filled losers. And it always takes me out of the scenes when that happens because I'm like, oh, here we go again. I've only seen this 100 times.
yeah,
Um,
it's the you know, Tolkien, Tolkien, token like your hero's holding a cat so that you know they're a good person kind of moment.
mhm.
Yeah, but Sam held a couple cats. Was he a good person?
To some,
I guess so.
yeah, he had a whole group of people.
I didn't get the
Yeah,
reference.
in episode
Sam was the
3,
Nazi,
the one
the
who
collector,
Oh,
got
the World War
GI.
II collector. Yeah,
He had a
okay.
bunch of cats in his house.
his name was Sam.
Yeah, well, hey, all those cats were on GI the second that they were resting on the couch. So it tells you all you need to know.
Ah,
Change allegiances.
Yeah.
um, shoot, what was I? Oh, Crimson, your point. Yeah, just the over stupidity. Though I don't. I think it's just different worlds you and I live in of how rare those people are. I don't think they're as rare as you say they are, but they're not that animated. No pun intended. In real life versus what they are in shows and movies and whatnot.
I'm talking about the over the top people. There aren't that many. There's of course a lot of aggressive drunk people,
Um.
but the over top depiction of them in movies and shows, I think is smaller than what you're saying. So I guess we're different.
Okay. Again, I think just different worlds of that. Okay. With that lengthy episode talk, we'll go into the last episode, episode 7. A very funny monster. It's the title. Let's start with Crimson for the last one.
Oh boy. All right. So
I know
I
you hinted at
haven't.
a couple things.
Nina was one of them. Nina. The character that I don't feel really fits in the show. Um, writer was talking about Frankenstein or Eric not really being necessary for the show. He had some levity, some good funny moments, but overall, not much added. I feel the same way with Nina. Um, she's got moments with the bride and Weasel, but they're not necessarily necessary scenes. She's just there to die at the end. I felt nothing for it. The whole flashback with her felt very hollow, and especially with what Ryder brought up of if metahumans and just weird happenings are kind of commonplace in this universe, picking on some fish girl with the degree that she got picked on, it kind of falls in the same line of what I just said with the drunk guys, where it's just exaggerated. Uh, like people just assaulting someone in the middle of a rugby or not rugby, lacrosse game in front of everybody. That's extra. That's that's a lot. So I and her backstory of her dad getting shot right in front of her, unprompted, willy nilly. It happened. Just look how damaged this character's backstory is. Her dad died in front of her because she left and dominoed to his death. Technically, it's I didn't like anything about her. She's a nice person. That's about it. She's nothing more to me than that.
Okie dokie. I like Nina.
I figured
Let's
you
go
would.
with that.
Um,
Yeah.
I'm thinking. So I obviously like Nina too, but it's more of a just general like. I see why she's in this group because someone needs to be the nice person. It just happens to be her. My issue with her backstory is uh she's very passive in it outside of the choice to run away. Like things just happen to her, so she's not making choices to help define her character more. We're defining her father as a character. It feels like what we're doing more. So we're not really doing anything to build her character specifically. We're doing them just to show what happened to her, which is a different distinction. We aren't learning about how Nina thinks and why. We're learning just the things that have happened to her. So we're getting one without the other.
And they're using the flashback to push her in the direction of when Bride's like, "No, you are a monster. Go Team Monster, as opposed to humans." And that's I paraphrased, but that was pretty much what she was saying to her, and that's what turned her to go kill the
Yeah.
princess.
You didn't say I was that. Well, I'm a lying bitch. So
Yeah. So the flashback is used to
Try to
establish a
bolster that,
character
yeah.
trait of her flipping to just willing to kill someone.
Yeah, which is for me that's where the disconnect comes in, right? Because she's had years to think about the resentment that she if she was resentful towards humans over what happened to her father, that would be one thing. But that's clearly not what's been motivating her the entire show.
Yeah, there's never a scene of her having any disdain towards humans.
Yeah. So my issue with her backstory comes in is mostly just we're not seeing the connection to what is supposed to be like her choice to then become a monster is what gets her killed, right? But we don't see any reasons why she would ever want to make this choice other than like it has to be you, you know, which is again it just goes into the passive nature of her backstory, which is we don't really see her making many choices for herself outside of the choice to run away. So we're not learning about her as a character, we're just seeing what happened to her. So I guess more broadly speaking, I take issues with the execution of Nina, but I like the archetype of Nina because I think she is needed for the to balance the group dynamic up to a certain point.
Huh. Okay.
Well, that case sounds like there's more behind it.
No.
Okay.
Interesting. I'll go to the line that was touched on a can it Ghost Rider. Just kind of cementing a bit that Marvel is existent in this world, which has
Yeah.
happened before on the inverse of Marvel. I forget what it is, but I think there's some Fox Marvel movie that has like Superman comics somewhere, like on a coffee table. And there was also a line in a
I
Marvel
want this
movie where they used
kryptonite somewhere.
kryptonite as an example.
Yeah,
So
it's happened before. It's not a James Gunn is a very meta humor person usually, so I don't really have much issue with the implementation, I guess. We've already established that there are movies in our world in this world.
Mhm.
yeah, but it just kind of goes to the sense that Batman knows who Iron Man is in this world, kind of, or the possibility that it could happen.
Possibility that could happen. I imagine Batman's very busy. uh, then again, he is very familiar with quoting the Odyssey whenever he gets the chance in some of his other shows. I quite like Nina's dad as a character. Regardless of what I think about like is the Nina herself, I do think her father comes across as someone who's desperate but still really loves his daughter. So there's definitely a good mix of those character traits.
Yes. Writer, did you like the or Crimson you as well, but I figured writer for the writing aspect. Did you like the use of the book Mary Shelley's Mathilda towards the end of this episode?
Uh, Mary Shelley's Matilda? That sounds
Yes,
familiar.
the book
Why?
that the bride picks up.
Oh, I see. Um, yeah, I think it's a nice little nod.
I don't know what it
It's
is.
more. It's just an Easter egg, is what I think it is, really. So
Oh, okay.
I don't
I
really
think
have
it
a.
was very well connected in more ways than one,
Yeah.
which strengthened it. So Crimson and audience who don't know, Mary Shelley is the creator of Frankenstein, who wrote it. But Mathilda is also a story about a father's unhealthy obsession with his daughter.
Yeah, like I said, for me, that's just an Easter egg. It's just icing on the cake. It's a cool connection, but doesn't really affect the ongoing story much.
No, not the ongoing story, but I do like how this episode of Nina is about her father's obsession to her, but also the connection of the book to the bride, of how kind of Victor, being her father, had this kind of unhealthiness with her, and a connection of the two characters that don't ever share that connection. So it's a very nice sense, in a cool connected way, of a show over a tell, of how Nina and the bride are connected.
Was the wife too much for just immediately?
Lily?
Yeah,
No, I think that was wonderful. She couldn't accept her daughter.
yeah. No, like I said, I
It's
don't have an issue with
heartbreaking.
that. I'm just asking, was it over the top?
No, because at the point Nina is saying words, so it's been a bit, and that shows me that she's trying, or has been trying, for a year or so. And it just got to a breaking point.
Yeah, my only issue with what you've said is the father points out you don't look at her, so why would she look at you? That's the only thing that kind of goes against that.
Not necessarily trying to be a mother to the kid, but accepting Edward's
Like this is the
help to
circumstances
it.
they're in.
Yeah, this is the life she's in now.
Maybe. I'm assuming you have a point of view on that one, Crimson. Both of those questions, I guess.
I think it's fine at her levels. I'm leaning towards it's a bit more on the exaggerated side, but it is possible because I would think her seeing him be successful saving the daughter, but her clapping back saying, "Well, then you'll just have to make a new one, and then a new one as it grows." I'm like, okay, bit pessimistic, but I guess I get the headspace. So, bit much possibly believable within what we know of Lily. Yeah, so I think it's fine.
Okay. Yeah, I'm fine with it too. To be clear, I was leaning towards it. I could see it perceived as being over the top, but I think I'm fine with how it's portrayed. I think there's definitely a star-crossed lovers is not the right word, but a doomed sort of foreboding that falls over the family because of that early split
Mhm.
between Lily and her husband.
Yeah, a divide was definitely created.
Convenient that he saw Lily on the television. I'm sorry. Convenient that he saw Nina on the television in a terrible photo.
It would be big news though.
Well, I
I
mean,
can
it was
believe
just
it.
conspiracy at that point. Remember, they didn't find her yet.
I am. I guess. I mean, that was
Yeah,
a pretty convincing photo.
it's a better photo than the Loch Ness monster, like, stick shadow thing,
Oh yeah, that's true. I won't deny that.
especially in a world of superheroes and
Yeah, yeah.
villains and everything. Just a
Again,
new thing
in a
being
world of
found.
superhero villains, I'm like, why is this such an outlandish possibility? There's very they gotta really walk that line of what they're trying to do.
Yeah, I
Plus,
think
there's a
the easiest
school
thing
full
is
of people that
covering.
know about a fish
Yeah,
person.
covering something that is, like, Nina's one of her kind, like who she is. So being photographed something that doesn't exist, it gives the, curiosity. It's interesting. The news never said, like, oh, we're in contact with the Atlantean or king, uh yeah, over the situation. And, like, that's not added in, which doesn't play into, Atlantis or Aquaman existing here. Um, but they do have the news of Star City, so this is Oliver Queen, Green Arrow's place.
Mhm. Yeah, it's just weird that she was at a school. She was very well known around the school. She was getting picked on by everybody, it seemed. And none of them are like, "Oh, that's Fish Girl or a Frog Girl,"
Oh,
or whatever.
yeah.
They could, so it's
Trying to
not
think.
like she's been isolated from society. She has actually been around.
Yes, but we don't know how long she was at the school until the breaking point to leave. My
If you
best
went
guess
to a
is
school
after.
and there was a fish person, you'd remember the fish person.
Yes.
It's not something you'd forget.
No, that's true. I wouldn't forget. But in a world of superheroes and supervillains, and if this person, you know, was in high school, I'm guessing from this prep school, and was captured a couple of years later, um, I don't know how much that would be remembered if it doesn't look like what I remember from school for the short amount of the school that that person was.
But you're assuming. I mean, it
I
could have
am.
been a month. It
I'm
could have
just
been
thinking
2 years.
if it's
Don't know.
only the fish girl, only only Nina, and then years go by and on the news you see that, then yeah, it's like, oh yeah, recognition, easy. But in a world of so many aliens and creatures and monsters and shapeshifters and all these likes every other week, something new or something dies or something added, I just feel like it kind of just gets in the back of your mind because that's a norm of this world of so many things. And we even brought it up with the Bride and Frankenstein throughout years of like 200 plus years ran through and how people aren't like scared of them and it's kind of just used to it. I just kind of feel
Well,
like that
I had that
world to
labeled as a
people.
problem that could be rectified on further entries.
Yeah.
So,
But
because
also
we
goes
don't
with,
know.
yeah, I don't know.
All we got is this show. So I guess we'll see in Superman if they're how supers and metahumans are integrated in the world.
Yeah. See how scared people are of was it not Mephisto, Metamorpho that it is
Yeah.
he's in the movie. So
More
I
of
guess
just
I'll go over to oh
yeah, more of cops
or
being
Ryder.
ridiculously absurd. Did you cover this Crimson already, or was this?
I kind of glossed over it when I was talking about not liking Nina.
Yeah.
But if you want to dive further into it,
Yeah, it's pretty absurd just to pull your gun and shoot somebody. That's just not carrying a
walking
weapon.
peacefully,
Yeah.
not
They
doing
I mean, like,
anything.
them tackling him into the ground, that would be one thing, like, that's believable because they broke the perimeter, but just to immediately just start gunning him down, it's a little much.
Yeah, he's not running at a cop or assaulting anyone. He's just walking towards a creature. Not a threat, even in the slightest.
I think it's overdone of the guns and everything, but it's a lot of uncertainty of a lot of people. Like the cops don't know what this thing is. He knows what it is. They don't know who he is, what he's doing, what he's going to say, what he's going to do, getting in contact with it.
You just have to
It's
justify
a
it
lot
all.
of like, yeah, it's a lot of very. What helps is it's very quick. Like in that situation, you have to go on instincts, and it's like you don't know what's going to happen, and it's like, what's your best cause? And they did pull guns as a threat. They did tell him to freeze and stop, and he was not wording to them. They should have tackled. They should have handcuffed. Um, that was the wiser approach. But a killing shot blow, I think, is over the top. It does play into the emotions of Nina, though. That like the first human contact she kind of sees after being on her own is her father dying in front of her. Um, but so I do think it's a little over, but I don't see the cops as just like killing machines in this situation.
Oh, I definitely do. This isn't like a reactionary thing. This it's there's time to think. There's time to tackle. There's time to tase. There's time for literally anything. No aggressiveness inferred. All you have is the mystery you ignoring us. But that's not enough to just shoot somebody.
That's yeah, that's what I'm agreeing with is over the top is the killing blow shot onto someone. Um, there's a couple more. Um, I think there was one more cameo in here. Oh yeah, what did I write down his name? Is the mummy Callus? Callus the mummy was in here, which I guess just a new member to the Commandos.
The mummy.
Yeah, he's knitting towards the end. It goes to shows Nosferatu playing with Dr.
Oh,
Phosphorus doing paintball, and
yeah.
then Callus. and then GI, and then King Shark.
Mhm. Yeah, yeah. The new recruits.
Yeah.
Uh,
Uh,
GI, he's alive.
yeah. Why? As much as I like
Well,
him, but you know,
yeah, I'm just curious to go if this is the GI we know, or if it's like like not necessarily the memory, but like a whole new thing because he was kind of fully destroyed. His head was still intact, but
until I'm
I just
told
don't know if it's
otherwise,
like he'll
it's a safe
remember.
assumption
Yeah,
that it's the same one.
it's the same one. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm happy to accept if it's a different GI and we meet him like in the season 2 or whatever, and it's a different GI entirely. I will find
We'll
this.
know. Yeah, we'll know if GI asks Bride like, "Where's friend Nina?"
Yeah,
That'll answer that.
yeah. So there, for now, it's a safe assumption that he is the same GI, and therefore all the pitfalls that go in with that are here and existing. They again could be retroactively fixed in a way, like it could have been a saved memory from 6 months ago, like a backup version of him.
Yeah, possibly. If Waller got her hands on GI, it's just seeing like a behind the rims, like, oh, you really think something that important that's been around and can be a confirmed killer that's not killing everything at all times, that we're only going to keep one of those things or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, there's workarounds, but as it stands right now, we just have the disappointment, I guess, because they really undercuts the emotional impact of what happened.
Yeah.
I
I have
do,
another. Writer.
yeah, I do like that. As soon as Waller sees the dead McPherson, she just immediately calls uh the fucking forget his name again. Uh,
John?
No, the happy. Well, I mean, John is with her
Sergey?
exploring the party. Yeah, Sergey. She just immediately calls Sergey to try and tell them that we need to call the mission off. Like you have to tell them that this is the problem.
Yeah,
I'm a
there's been a
little annoyed
mistake.
that she doesn't call them directly, but I guess
Or tase them. I don't know. She has power.
yeah. There's a lot of things she could do. She could have tased them. She could have called the bride directly. In theory, I in her mind, the two things that she would need to do would be because technically the creature commandos are expendable. She would contact the prince first and Sergey, the princess first and Sergey to let them know, hey, you need to stop this potentially. There's something wrong. There's been a misinformation, what have you. And then she immediately calls the bride right afterwards. It's weird that she just didn't hang up and immediately call the bride. It's weird that they had to wait for Sergey to hand the bride the phone or the radio.
They're
Yeah.
also GPSed, so they know where they are.
Yeah, they're
Yeah,
GPS.
the calling versus I think makes sense. The tase I think doesn't make sense. I think
No,
that would cause problems.
it makes
That
perfect
would
sense. See, they're
prevent
tasing
them
them so
from
they
doing
can't do any
anything.
harm.
Yeah,
For
that
the
makes
sake of
sense.
this one mission, yes, going forward, it would be a problem.
Waller could kill them. I mean, it doesn't really matter. It's like the Suicide Squad, they're expendable.
Okay. I just don't see Waller doing that.
She was gonna sacrifice. Okay,
She
never mind.
get I just see Waller gives second chances to try to stay on mission. She's not like oh, you want to get and kill.
No, no, no.
Or
It's not. She's not
Slipknot.
saying she killed them. She would tase them to stop them while Sergey hands them the phone, like so,
I
just
no,
in
I
case
get
they save
that
the princess.
now.
Yeah,
I get that now, but going forward, it's like what trust is built of like, oh, you get another mission. It's like, oh, why go on a mission if you're just going to tase us at any point? It's like they
well,
won't give any respect to Waller or won't get anything in it because the main thing of like Belle Reeve or the mission is like on successful missions you lower your sentence.
right.
So if they're just constantly be sent out and don't care about lowering their sentence, it would play more into them just wanting to die or just to like get rid of it,
You're not taking away
not
from my
being for a
point,
mission.
though.
Hey, I'm agreeing that in the moment, tasing them would stop it, and it's something Amanda Waller could do. But moving forward is a lack of trust and built respect for any creature commando in this team onto Waller for any future missions
Amanda Waller's the one that shocked them at the opening scene of the episode when they were introduced. She has no
for
compunction
reasons of
about
them trying
this.
to escape.
Right. So she would do that to prevent a war.
Yes, of the moment.
Right.
If they're I feel like I'm going in circles. Going forward on any other mission, they know now that no matter if they do right or wrong, they can get tased at any point. So what's the point of going on a mission for Waller?
The point is they had misinformation. She could explain that to them. She apologized. She could apologize and say it was a matter of efficiency. That's totally something they could communicate and work past. There is no future mission right now. We have episode 7.
That okay, sure, would have worked. The tase would have worked. Would have stopped all of them. Unless, well, no, probably not. I'm trying to think if Nina's in the water and she gets tased, is that going to tase the water with Alana? But it doesn't kill them. But would that be a different? Is that like electrocution?
The thing
No.
so like again, that ties into the other thing, right? It's convenient all this is happening at the same time. Like it's convenient that Rick Sr. woke up at this specific time to specifically give this information to Walla for her to go investigate and then get the time to call Sergey so all this is happening at once. So it's a very, very disjointed timeline.
Yeah, I don't even know how phosphorus is even chipped or whatever. He could just
What do you mean
melt
chip?
whatever the whatever he's
He just melts whatever the
GPSed, he
tave does.
Oh,
whatever's electrocuting them, he can just fry it, whatever is part of him. I don't even know how they
again,
did
that's
that.
the gray area of depending on what they made his out of. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, it could be
That's not explained.
adamantium or this universe's version of it, but like I said, I just don't know
Oh,
with
ninth. Is that what it's called? Ninth metal.
And nth something, yeah.
Yeah.
The hawk girl metal.
yeah. So yeah, so like I said, it's just convenient that everything ends up the way it does for everything to work out this specific way because there's so many other ways to avert what happened.
Yeah, and then I guess changing topics. Um, she's taking so many risks. I mean, we know she's the bad guy by the end of this, or at least heavily implied through the bride. I guess that could be incorrect, but her meeting with Clayface kind of makes it cemented. Um, but why would she risk doing this? She really could run in a bunker like one of them suggested. I think Sergey suggested going into a bunker.
Yeah,
She said no.
I mean, they've established her as being a bit of a go-getter, which is different from when her life's in danger. This is where it gets complicated because we don't really dive into her being an evil mastermind much beyond the surface of that just being what she is. Because I can see a version of her where she would do this anyway, but I don't know enough about her character to say whether this is like to argue whether this is in character. It's just convenient that this is how it ended up because I don't know what her character is about other than the prophecies. Like I don't get character traits from that.
Yeah, we know her facade of herself more than herself.
Yeah.
Where did I have it? Nitpick I had that didn't line up to the animation. It looked like is underwater shots of Nina or Alana under that lake. Kind of shows kind of a big. Doesn't really show like a cliff face under the water or a drop off. So when the bride is wading through water to get to Nina's body, there it kind of implies that there's a just a drop off cliff in that water if she's up to her thighs that close to Nina's body when we saw Nina and Alana underwater pretty far down fighting.
I think
Well,
So
we had a
it's
that didn't
similar
match.
yeah.
we had something like that in Zombie Island with the zombies coming out of the bayou.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Seeing how
I
far down the
agree.
water is and they're kind of walking above it.
Yeah. So true.
Um being that we're close to this one, you know, Brighter, I know sometimes it doesn't. Did you see the after credit scene?
Uh, no.
Okay, that Eric Frankenstein lived.
Oh, yes, that I did see.
Okay,
Yeah, I just couldn't. I listen. It's such a non-character. I forgot that he was alive.
all right, just checking. I know sometimes
I
like
do
when the
erase
credit
my
hits at the
notes.
end, you usually stop. So
Yeah. uh,
Yeah, I wrote at the end, what happened to Rick? What happened to Eric? And what happened to the freaking what was her name again? The Amazonian,
Cersei.
Cersei.
Cersei. And what happened to her? She had no conclusion other. She got arrested in like four four episodes, 3 episodes ago, and then we never hear about her
It'll
again.
be interesting if she comes back as a member of the team.
Ooh, that would be interesting.
She could have been the leader instead of the bride.
I don't know if there's enough setup for that yet, but that would
No,
be interesting.
Yeah, I don't know if they trust her at all.
no, no. Throwing out a little jokey answer,
Oh,
but
got it,
yeah,
got it.
I had Rick, Eric, and her as like we didn't really get. We do get Eric right at the end there that he made it. His dispatch from Bride sucked. That was just a wet blanket. That was so underwhelming.
Yeah, talk about wasting time with a character.
Yeah, that's exactly how I felt about it. I was like, that was such a waste of time. His whole character was to get to the moment to see her. He gets shot, and then that's it. That's it. Then he's back with another elderly lady healing to start the cycle again.
It's the
Huh.
circle of
Interesting. Yeah.
life. Um,
Yeah.
What did you
I
think of its Frank? Because you said you liked
I
Frankenstein. Is this
yeah,
a
I
fitting
like
thing?
that ending kind of is just kind of like that like, oh, Frankenstein will return or he survived kind of look to me. It's not like a big like awe moment. Um, but I thought it was fine. It just kind of shows his twisted sense on romance of, she overreacted so much, she must really care about me kind of thing. I'm like, oh, that's a Frankenstein line to say. And just kind of also putting him in another cabin with an old lady. It's like, oh, I've seen this before. Oh boy. That's
Wonder
kind
where
of how
this
it
will
took.
go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm more leaning about just the conclusion between the two. Like she shot him out a window, and then that was it. That was the payoff to his hunt
yeah.
in this
Yeah.
season.
I think that's okay for a first season and the hope of seeing these characters again since neither one is dead, of being played with the whole thing of for years Frankenstein just hunts down Bride, tries to communicate, and they get in a scuffle and then they retry and they've been doing it forever and ever and ever. And just as this is kind of like no different. This occurred this way. Um, but the season is to play into the connection of Bride and Eric of how that works of their kind of sickening relationship of the two and that they don't ever like actually give a killing blow to one another. Like Eric's not going to give a killing blow unless it's out of anger by accident, and Bride just doesn't seem to do that. It's just like an annoyance to the stalker. So it's just like an interesting situation that will continue. I'm guessing throughout the DCU until something occurs.
Yeah, I just find it weird that he just gave up. Presumably, he's laying on the ground, shot, and then that's it.
Well, I don't know if he can bleed out. He
Oh
can
no.
bleed, and he's weak, and he like kind of like lifts his hand saying Rick Flag and gets shot again. But
Mhm.
he definitely needs a recovery point, which we saw with the first lady, the cabin lady. Like he didn't like automatically get up and leave. He kind of stayed with her recovering until he was fully healed to go pursue the bride again. And I think this situation with the end here is the same.
For this season, the end for him is very underwhelming. Again, depending on whether that story goes forward, could be retroactively made better. But for what I have right now, it's just underwhelming, and the character felt like the arc went nowhere. So, but
Gotcha.
it's got a note in it saying like, hey, it could be better when retroactively. We'll see.
Okay, doke. Well, that was the coverage of Creature Commandos episode 7 there. We did kind of rush through them a bit, and I know Crimson's brought up that like we went by pretty fast, that some things weren't caught. So I'll give a once over whole season right now. Crimson, if you have just what's one more topic you want to throw in there.
All right, I'll talk about the reveal of Alana as the big bad
in the flashback.
and how with the bride's explanation to her in
Okay.
the office, killing her. That whole bit. Um, I think they did a well enough job with the is she good, is she bad tug of war that's been happening in the past couple episodes. I don't think it was blatantly obvious that she's bad all along. I think they do enough to do the tug of war of like, oh, okay, maybe she's not bad. Oh no, I kind of think, oh well, maybe not. I think they did a good enough job for the tug of war. It's not blatantly obvious. Having the bride spell out everything kind of just felt like an audience thing. It's like, look at all the breadcrumbs we laid for you. The bride figured it out, so you guys know now. Kind of like the villain monologue, because I mean, the bride is a villain, I guess, in some respects. So she kind of had the bad guy monologue. Um, and I did like her explanation of it's not to save the world; it's for revenge, essentially. So I think they did good on the conclusion of the princess.
I mean, technically, mission accomplished.
It's true. I agree. I think they did a good job with that as well.
All right, with
Um,
that, oh,
one tacked on question to it. Do you guys think Bride's breadcrumbs was accurate, or do you think the princess could have actually been just fine, good person?
um, well, if it was just this one scene, then I think that would be a cool play on. It's like, oh, was the bride right or wrong? But they do enough hints with Alana throughout this season that I think, yeah, she is the bad guy. They pose it very well, like the little communication with Flag, or how deadpan she is stabbing Nina,
And
or the gun in
how,
her drawer
yeah,
and
just the contrast of her stabbing Nina, just the cool, calm, collected to her pretending to be terrified when she,
coming out of the water.
yeah,
Yeah.
they definitely drop enough
So I
hints.
think, yeah, all those hints play into, yeah, Bride's right. But if they didn't have any of those hints and just this end scene of Bride doing that, I think that could have been a big mystery of like, oh, was the bride right? That could play
Mhm.
into it more, but it's the bride is right. Um, you're not asking, is it in the bride to know all this information?
No, I think she's the info she provided is stuff she would know. It's not like she spouts off like, "Oh, how would the bride know that?" Um, it is info she would be privy to. So I'm fine with her giving an answer to it. It was
Okay.
just the monologue felt like it was for the audience, not for her just to spell it out to the princess. So more of a movie moment to me, but that part.
Okay. I guess with that, let's go to Ryder if you have one last overarching thing to share.
Not necessarily. Well, I guess it does feed into an overarching one. I have a couple. I have a lot of little things just that I can just list off of the writers really trying to force a particular ending. The first of them being is Weasel, the Thing. They just forgot to
Hmm.
hold him down. Once Nina goes into the water, which annoys me because they were doing that the entire time. Nina was doing it, but others were doing it as well, especially when because he was going to blow their cover. So he still blew their cover because they just turned off their brain cells and forgot, which is it's just like they forgot to do something they were currently doing, which is bad. Just forcing a particular ending. Um,
Phosphorus offered to put him down.
I know.
Yeah, that was
Uh,
pretty funny.
then there's considering what happened that they just let the bride walk around the princess's palace with her guns. That was a little annoying. Like there was no guards or protection. I would have been one thing if she was being followed by guards and the princess dismissed them because she just trusts her cover that much. that would be one thing. But she just walks around the palace freely with her weapons after everything that happened. That was a little much for me. That's a lot of plot convenience and plot armor.
Okay.
Those are just my quick little notes for the ending here.
I feel like I kind of covered everything of mine for an overarching thing. I guess the only little thing I can think of is I don't know the reason why the bride left her jacket at the brothel. It didn't seem damaged or scraped or anything, and she removed it when her fight in Victor's mansion against the sons of Themyscira, and then got her jacket back. But here at the brothel, she got punched across the room, took it off to fight the metahuman, but she didn't take it with her to leave with Nina, and
Yeah,
I just don't know why.
I got the only reason I could think of is they just wanted the sexual appeal of the character to be more apparent. That's literally the only reason I could think of.
I guess so. To
Yeah, for the
more,
joke of phosphorus, like, oh, new
yeah,
look.
commenting new look. Okay,
Uh, yeah,
it
nothing
just
in universe. I
yeah,
think she would take her jacket back. But
it just made me question. She took it back last time she got in a fight, but this time she didn't, and I don't. Yeah, if they showed like the jacket ruined or something from the punch through the wall, and she goes, "Ah, for fuck's sake," or something, and then removes it or something. But
hmm,
yeah, I was just didn't know about that. So, anywho,
this what was the jacket she wore on the flashback of Victor dying, right? But it was like buttoned up, the
was it the
red
same jacket?
Maybe I remember her
It's like
going
the
through a
same. I'm picturing it. It seems like the same red. I just don't know if it's the same coat. I didn't, I didn't check.
It might be the same jacket, but the collar is not necessarily like pointed straight up. I don't know. It seems it could just be a lighting thing, but like it's diluted in the past, and it's a lot more vibrant. Where in real material it would be the other way. If it's vibrant, it would get duller, more worn. So I don't know.
All right.
Anyway, that was Creature Commandos. Maybe we have a couple more points. Maybe we don't. Save them for the recap. Maybe you have questions about it. Let us know down below, and we'll cover them in the recap. Kind of hinting. Listen to the recap. Might learn more. But with that, we'll go to summaries and ratings. I'm really curious who the heck to start with. I think I'm going to start with
Weasel.
Crimson. Oh, Weasel's not here. Start with Crimson.
Okay. I shall go. I will start with my subjective as I find to be safe for me. uh, even though I brought up a fair amount of negatives and a character in particular I didn't get much joy from, there was enjoyment to be had in this. I I got the humor. A lot of the humor hit me. Not everything, but a lot of it. I liked most of the cast. I like Rick and um, GI Robot the most, probably out of everybody, and then Phosphorus would be third. Um, enjoyable. Really like the visuals. I like the art style of this. Usually the animated DC stuff tend to like, anyways. I like the more realistic proportioned animated cartoons, like Teen Titans, slightly exaggerated, but still somewhat normal looking. Uh, the more cartoony, the less I tend to like the visual of. I don't know, personal thing. Music, nothing too like groundbreaking to stick with me or anything. So didn't get much out of that. But overall, I was between a 7.5 and a 7, and I'm going to end on a 7. Uh, good. Objectively, my score did lower covering this on the podcast. Um, let's go with Cersei. We had a pretty long debate on her motivations and her execution of her motivations. We know she wants to save the world from World War III, though the way she's executing it is highly questionable and can potentially be fixed um, or worked on in later installments of DC stuff. Uh, but as it is, we have no reason to why she's a rogue. Um, we don't know why there's where are all the where's her squad? Why doesn't she have a squad? Why does she take these random hillbillies to siege a palace? Why can't she just fly in and kill the princess on her own? There's a lot of whys. Her power is very high, to the point of she shouldn't have really been able to be caught. Uh, the bride shouldn't have like beat her up as badly as she did. She could use the telekinesis to just keep her floating in the air and do whatever she wanted. She could have turned her into a balloon for all I care. She's very strong, and they didn't really offset the power to explain why she could lose. Um, the characters, uh, are all for the most part consistent. I'd say Eric is consistent with himself to a crazy degree, but he is. Rick, he falters by falling in love, or it's too strong, but falling for the princess. But I think they did enough to where it's believable within his character. He didn't break character to fall for her, so that's fine. Um, Waller, I think, takes some dips on intelligence here and there. Talked about appointing the bride as the next leader instead of an actual soldier, uh, replacing Rick. Um, Rick's intelligence, I we debated whether or not Weller or Waller, darn it, should have been the first called or the princess, but regardless, we all agreed she should have been called, which didn't happen. Uh, there's conveniences here and there. Ryder was mostly pointing a lot of those out, but it is pretty latent with uh, inconsistencies. Uh, Music, as Sprink said, if they fit where they are, I don't think any pop out as being in the wrong place or anything like that. Animation's beautiful. I only really caught one error. Well, it's not even an error. Just you can see the technique they used. Like when Sergey was handing over the radio to the bride, you can see them changing the layers of the radio. So something minor, but overall very good visually. Uh, Lots of good, some not so great. I had it at an 8, and I'm going at a 7.5. It could potentially go to a 7, depending on hearing you two's both of your summaries. I might might go lower. Let's see.
Okie dokie. I'll go second. Save writer for the last. I'll start. Ooh, where to start? I'll start objective. My score went down over the conversation of the two of you, mostly for the conveniences, the character, um, not contrivances, but
Character
uh,
mix.
yeah, I guess character
Inconsistencies.
nicks, and then the plot, I guess the flow, which is interesting. And overall, I think the pacing of this is very quick and very good for 7 episodes, but it's also a slight detriment to the characters and situation being too fast and not explaining the parts that could have fleshed out more in explanation. So that, with the talks of you two over this coverage, has broken that down more for me. I think the animation's really good. Like what Crimson said, the more realistic kind of animation look, and not the huge heads or big arms and legs, kind of not cartoonified. Teen Titans, I think, is a decent example. Young Justice, or things like Legend of Vox Machina, even though fantasy, but still kind of like that approach look um, to this, and I think it's very good. I do like the stylization choices they do. Really makes the show pop a bit with that music video situation. The World War ink selling, which I know that's what it's called in comics. I don't just like the overshadow look. I think is really good. Um, the voice cast, I think, did a phenomenal job. All having this emotion and humor and tones and uh, uh, I forget what it's called. Not Foley, but like the grunts. noises. I think they were all good in the situations of their characters' movements. I think the show did very good in movement transitions. There's a good amount. I think episode 2 had the most and most apparent ones, but there's a lot of like just decent transition usages throughout the season. So it's not stale feeling. So good on the department for or the editing department for that. I think the music is very fitting. James Gunn knows how to make a soundtrack, um, and it works in this. Nothing seemed out of place, but writer is pretty true. I kind of see it as like overused. Like every fight needed a song, every emotional beat needed a song, um, everything like that throughout, which is different but not necessarily needed. Um, let's see, animation camera work with cinematography. Again, with animation, always hard for me to fully tell. But I think there were some good shots, panning, tracking, action shots. The choreography, I think, was really good in the fight scenes. Um, very gory. I'd like my gore, and boy, did this kind of crank it to 11 in the explosions of body limbs that they do. Um, I feel like I always forget something, but right now I have it at an 8 objectively. Uh, subjectively, I think this shows. Oh, I get sorry. Another thing to add to my objective that I totally forgot, which is a little nick down from it. It did feel like every episode was a little bit of a cookie cutter kind of thing to its premise. There wasn't a filler episode, which I guess was good. Maybe episode 5, you could say, because it's a backstory of a team member who's not a part of the team. Um, but every episode did kind of feel like, okay, we're going to get a tragic backstory and then a continuation of story A of this team and what's happening. And it did kind of just feel that again and again and again. Um, they all worked, but it did kind of make it a little predictable of what was coming. It's like, oh, we haven't seen Nina's story yet. That's probably going to be told sometime. Oh, here it is. Here's Nina's story, kind of thing. Um, but then on to subjective. I think the show is really good, really funny. I like the characters. I like the key jangling. Yes, I'm a sucker for references that I understand. Um, I like that this is kind of like they go after the DCU, and I think they kicked off in a good way. Unfortunately, I feel like more people are going to see Superman than this, and I don't know how much of this is going to be in Superman when it comes out. But I'm just it's kind of cool and interesting. And then kind of the word of DCU now going forward. I think it's I forget I think it's two animated shows, and one movie or something like I forget what it is. It might be one live action movie, one animated movie, two animation shows, two live action shows, or something like that every year is kind of the plan right now. So I'm real kind of excited to see what all those connect to and go with. And DC is kind of a mess itself of already like you got the Matt Reeves Batman over here, you got the Joaquin Phoenix Joker over there, you got the new Clayface movie coming out, you got the My Adventures with Lantern. I don't know if that's connected with My Adventures with Superman world, because that Superman's not the new Superman for the Superman movie. So all these DC multiverses kind of thing, different Earths, as they say in the DC. But overall, I have this as a 9. I really enjoyed it. Watching it 3 times, I'll probably watch it a 4th time. Uh, yeah, it was good.
All right. Well, I guess it leaves me. I will do my subjective first. Uh, I also really enjoyed this quite a bit. I'm a sucker for World War II related things, so GI and Rick Senior really stole the show for me personally, as terms of characters I like. They It was very fun. I found myself enjoying. I enjoyed myself even if I understood cognitively like what I was seeing didn't make sense. So there was a disconnect for me here in terms of like my objective and subjective. So I really enjoyed it. There's a lot of heart to be found. There is a foundation here for enjoyment for sure. The animation looked beautiful. None of the songs were a banger to me, but that's fine. I wasn't really like annoyed by it or anything. Um, but yeah, I had plenty of fun with it. I am matching Crimson's subjective 7. I would I might enjoy it more on a rewatch. We'll see. So it might be a 7 just for now.
Well, as you've hinted, it sounds like
Both of
Future
them are coming out.
projects are gonna change this.
Yeah, for both of them, honestly. Uh, Objectively, where to start? The world building is loose in the sense of it wants to connect to properties that James Gunn made before the separation happened. Um, and there is strengths to that and plenty of weaknesses because it makes a lot of the references feel needless, but I feel like I'm pulling on nothing from characters now that should be more clearly established. Like basing Waller off just this alone is very problematic. I don't get much from examining Waller's character other than that she's supposed to be uh, running some sort of intelligence agency, super meta prison intelligence agency. I don't necessarily need to know what Argus is and things like that and Belle Reve, but if this was your entry into the DCEU, I'm sorry, you're definitely gonna be lost. Um, so that being said, world building is okay, and by okay I mean like just the barest hints of it. Because world building as it pertains to character motivations with regards to Cersei, problem. World building motivations around Waller and the government and why this is justifiable when the Suicide Squad is not, questionable. They're Palakistan, if I said that right, uh, uh, Pok- Pokalistan, um, is simultaneously a technological marvel superpower with what we see with flying knights and guns. Yet we pan down through the city and see very, very like run down basic housing, nothing super advanced. So it's a very limited technological society that we see. It speaks to the disconnect. I read it not necessarily as a flaw, but more as a disconnect between the princess and the powerful to what the rest of the state of the union is, as it were. Um, it is, and then on the other end of things, which is just why if the princess was evil, what there, I guess it just ties more into like I guess her plans with how she intends to go to how she intends to be evil. We're not really it's not really made clear about how she intends to defeat the Justice League other than maybe superior technology was something supposed to trigger it. It's kind of all left up in the air other than Cersei just had a vision, which is very convenient, and you're going to hear me say that a lot for this objective breakdown. Um, the so the world building is just it's I can't say it's passable. It's just I've seen worse, but I've seen much better in from the situation. And a lot of those world building issues tie directly into plot, which tie directly into character. So, conveniences to facilitate things that happen. There's there's definitely more than 10. Um, I would just to highlight some of the bigger ones. Crimson already brought up Rick needing to call Waller and the princess. Just the fact that he doesn't call one is kind of a nick to his intelligence. Um, there's the Cersei's plan needing to stop the World War III. Why isn't why isn't she running around with the Themysciran squad if everyone on Themyscira already believes in her prophecies being 100% true? What's the reason she went with hillbillies? Why did she show up late to the battle? Why did she toy with the princess? There's a lot of those just plot armor conveniences just down the line with that. And going to the ending, kind of already covered a bit. Bride's allowed to walk around with guns despite what happened. We have the Weasel who was being held down until the commandos just forgot to do that, which gets Nina killed. There's a lot of plot contrivances and plot conveniences to get things in a very specific way for it to for things to turn out a certain way. Waller not contacting the team directly, not doing enough to stop what's happening. Um, and if it's edited this way for tension, like that's they still would need to justify it. Um, and unfortunately, a lot of those plot conveniences tie into characters because the them not stopping Weasel becomes a problem. Um, them not uh just them conveniently finding each other in the middle of the city. It's just, being the bride and uh, what's his face? The bride and Nina just finding each other in the city. It's convenient, possible, sure, still convenient. There's a lot of minor conveniences too that are just littered through this. And in terms of, I'll go into characters now, I guess, and so I'm not rambling too much. Um, because a lot of my biggest issues with characters are the nicks that happen along the way, and I weigh characters quite heavily on my scale. Um, I don't think any character does something ridiculously inconsistent. You have Waller appointing the bride when there's no established trust. You have uh, Rick forgetting to contact Waller when it would be important. You have just it's like that, but it's spread around in a way that all characters are will suffer from it at some point in the show. Nina's backstory is heavily dependent on how prevalent like superheroes are in the world because it's weird to tie her being an outcast to if that they are as prevalent in the world as they say they are. We got potentially metahumans in the form of the Bride and Frankenstein going way back to the 1830s. And I I don't think the characters do anything majorly inconsistent, which I think is what holds this film higher than where I would have initially placed it. Because I think I was at a 7 at episode 3 objectively, but the conveniences started piling up, the world building problems started piling up, the plot armor, the plot, just everything was a mess that kind of intertwined with each other to kind of knock it down a peg by the end. Uh, so controversially, I've been bouncing between a 4 and a 5 objectively for this. I think I'm gonna land on a 5. I think the kind of funny enough matching my the Suicide Squad rating I gave. I think the characters really hold this film up. But the damage that the world building and plot have intertwined with the characters kind of is what is holding this story back from being higher so far. And like I've said over and over throughout the podcast, future projects could retroactively fix this. So it's a 5 for now. We'll see where we are with the DCEU in 3 years.
I was not expecting that
Okay.
number.
I just want to do some
I,
clarifications. One,
yeah, I
audience,
mean,
before you go searching for it,
uh,
no, we have not covered the Suicide Squad. Um, that's just writer's score for that for personal situation. Um,
what'd you say?
shoot, you brought up how you gave the Suicide Squad a 5. We have not covered that. So for any audience members who are like, "Oh man, you guys cover," I want to hear what you guys said about. We haven't done that.
Yeah, for the audience to know where I put that as, that is in episode 0.
Oh, that was covered there. Okay,
Yeah, that it is actually on the rating scale for me in episode 0 on 5.
that is. Wow, that was years ago. You're
Yeah,
right.
that is
Right
years ago. Yes, um, but yeah, nah, with how my scale works in terms of character consistency and plot and world building. The mess was big enough to kind of internet connect. It kind of snowballed a bit into the characters. But I said the characters really hold the film up for me, so it's still in the average range. Just you know, not as high as I would like it to be.
Yeah, but also on the other end, not as low as it you want it not to be, I guess.
Yeah, like I said, I don't hate anything here. I love what they're trying to do. I just think it needs some script revisions. It needs to be tightened up. They could have I mean, I don't want to start citing things, but
No,
it's
I feel like this show, with your examples, writer, goes into something that I know is like a pet peeve for Crimson, which is what shows do nowadays that they didn't used to do. Is a season of a show is like less than 20 episodes or something. And like this is conveying a season of a show in 7 episodes, where in the past it could have been 14,
yeah. In
16 episodes.
That's
Like you said,
true.
this was 2 hours and 40 something minutes. This could have been a movie.
Yeah. I mean,
On the
like,
plus side, though, as I said, I don't think there's a filler episode.
yeah, there isn't a filler episode, but like on the flip side, right? For James Gunn's work specifically, we've seen him do ensemble stuff now on the podcast with both Scooby Doo, our personal histories with Guardians of the Galaxy, because I'm assuming we all at least love Guardians of the Galaxy one. Uh,
Of the 3 Guardians movies, it's my favorite.
yeah, and like I said,
I'll say that.
I'm just pointing that out for one. Guardians of the Galaxy one had to. The reason I'm choosing that one is because that film had to introduce us to the characters, make us care about them, and do a bunch of legwork for us to really like not only attach us to these characters, but also just kind of using like D-list characters and making them more popular, which has been James Gunn's thing, and I'm happy he's doing that for the DC universe. But
Yeah.
comparing that 2.5 hour movie to 2 hour and 40 minutes of this, one of them is very much like a much tighter script in terms of how it's approaching the characters and how it's telling its story.
Yes, which I think is
So
just the design of this written for television, that written for film.
yeah,
Um, which is why I brought up this does kind of give the little sense of Umbrella Academy season 1, which that structure was not great.
yeah,
But then again, that script was
it's
not
written
as
for
tight as this one.
it's written for television, and when you're writing for television, you have to kind of commit to writing for television, or you have to commit to doing like essentially a couple mini movies. Like you can do a mini series of like 2 movies for the Creature Commandos, and you would be able to do you would have maybe a little more storytelling in say 3 hours, right? You break them up into an hour and a half stuff, but that would make you be very efficient with your script inherently, rather than letting you kind of having free reign with it. Just kind of what this comes across as. So yeah,
For-
I'm sure I'm gonna
Oh,
get questions from
yeah.
Crimson, being my unexpected guest.
Um,
That's fine. I don't
just
want to
quickly,
dive too much more.
Yeah, that'll
yeah,
be for
quickly.
recap.
The other clarification I wanted to bring up that you talked about in your ratings writer is that you said this was the DCEU, and it is not. This is the DCU. I know they should have done easier names, but the DCEU was from
Snyder.
was a Man of Steel
Yeah.
upwards.
Okay. Yeah,
Um, yeah,
I didn't know the difference. So DCU is just this is just DC Cinematic Universe now.
I believe that's yeah, the acronym of it.
Okay.
Yeah, the other one was Extended Universe. This one's just Universe.
Yeah. No.
Yeah,
Well, the other one was DCU. Was just DC like as in the comics, and then like DC Comics Entertainment Universe is what it was called.
Oh, I thought it was Extended Universe.
Yeah.
That doesn't really matter.
Yeah. It doesn't
it
matter.
was a mess.
It's
What
just a
is
mess.
what it was?
Oh yeah,
It was a
absolutely.
mess.
All right. With that, gentlemen, shall I read us out?
I
Uh,
believe so.
One
Oh,
Springs question: was this
Oh boy.
weekly or a bulk drop?
Oh, when it
If you
first
know.
came out,
Yeah.
weekly when
yeah.
it first came out,
Okay. All right.
one
That's it.
episode at.
All right. Thank you, audience, for listening, whether it be Spotify, Amazon, Castbox, Good Pods, iHeartRadio, Podcasts, and Samsung, and if it be in our visual side of things, be it YouTube or Rumble. Thank you for watching and listening there, seeing our PN YouTuber slideshow. Feel free to like, comment, and subscribe everywhere. Tell us how much you hate our opinions or how much you love them. And as always, I've been a Geeky Writer,
Here comes in Maroon.
And I'm Springs.
and we will catch you next time. Later, everybody.
Bye.
Toodaloo.